They're saying these are the assassins.
And wanes of their nuclear program in recent years.
Absolutely. I mean, the Americans, we have taken out nuclear scientists, we've taken out Iranian leaders. Obviously, the most notable is Soleimani under President Trump's first term. And we've seen different presidents be able to manage the Iran nuclear threat in different means, whether it was the JCPOA or, like I noted, taking out Soleimani. So we've seen different tactics. I think what's most interesting about President Trump's approach is his communication style, how he's able to communicate with the Ayatollah, the mullahs in Iran, and be clear and direct that they ought not to have a nuclear weapon that threatens Israel, the Middle East, or anywhere else in the world.
So we've been looking at this statement that's been released through Iranian media. And one thing, and I'm curious if our producers can get Khamenei's statement back up. We had it up a moment ago. There it is, the AP putting this out. This is something that Alon Burstein alluded to before. I want to ask you about this. Khamenei said that Israel will face severe punishment. Do you also see what I'm seeing there? Does it stick out to you that the U.S. was not involved in this statement? Mary.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting thing to note. You know, when the IRGC chants death to Israel, they also chant death to America and death to the West. They see our way of life as incompatible with theirs. And since the 1979 Islamic Revolution, the goal of the regime has been to export the Islamic Revolution, what they see as the founding blocks of life for not just Iranians, but the entire region and the entire world. You know, them not including Americans in this statement, I take it or leave it. I don't necessarily, take what the Ayatollahs say word for word here. And we've seen them react certain ways to Israeli escalation. I think what's really important to remember here is the Israelis act out of necessity, where the Ayatollahs act out of evil.
What do we need to know about the Ayatollah? There's a lot of people who might be watching right now that don't cover the day-to-day of this conflict like you and I do. What do people need to know about him?
Look, the Ayatollahs are different from the Iranian people. What we've seen over the last 2-3 years is the Iranian people, the Persian people, rise up against the Islamic revolutionary regime that has oppressed and maintained such an authoritarian dictatorship over the people for years now, going on 45, 46 years. And I think the American people ought to know that the regime and the people are two separate entities. And we at FTD have been advocating for a maximum pressure campaign against the regime and a maximum support campaign for the Iranian people so that they may take the opportunities that Israel and America afford them to topple the regime.
What more, if you could expand, what more do you feel, and by the way, this is not live, these are images we're playing back of the aftermath of the strikes. We've also got video of at least a portion of the strikes themselves. But I'll ask you the same question about the Iranian people. If you could expand on it, what do people need to know about the General Public of Iran?
That's a great question. I mean, most of what we know about the general public of Iran is friendly to the U.S. and, in fact, friendly to Israel and the Jewish people. A lot of them support Israel and really despise the Iranian regime and the way that they've handled the regime for the last 46 years or so under this Islamic version of life that they see. A lot of Iranians are, a lot of the Iranian diaspora in the U.S. support the maximum pressure against the regime and maximum support for the Iranian people. And I think it goes to show that that distinction
from one another to better control the territory as Israel escalates the war and really plunges the region into uncharted territory of tension and violence.
And Noor, from what you're saying then, there would definitely have been a plan in place for this.
Absolutely. There is a plan for this, a plan for what the doctors would do, what the hospitals would do. There is an underground facility, for example, in Tel Aviv that has opened its doors. The top leaders in Israel in the cabinet have been put in safe places, underground bunkers. They're not all in the same location, according to Israeli media reports. So there were plans, and now these plans are being implemented. Nothing about this is surprising as far as the Israeli military and civilian bureaucracy is concerned. And really, as far as the Israeli public is concerned, they've been discussing this possibility for some time. Certainly in the past 48 hours, the talk of an imminent attack was the dominant news item on the Israeli news outlets. Everybody was talking about it, talking about the measures that Israel is taking, about the different maneuvers, about a call-up on Sunday for Israeli military and for the Israeli cabinet. And now we're hearing, according to military sources, that a lot of what was leaked was meant to distract and to almost create an illusion that an attack was imminent, but maybe it wouldn't be in the coming few days, that maybe this was part of pressure being applied on Iran to deliver better in up
This is how the skies are looking now.
likely being discussed in Tehran at the moment. So I think Iran has been preparing for this for a very long time. They have spent a tremendous amount of their resources, financial resources, on the defense program in the country. So I think they are prepared, and we're going to have to see when the response will be.
Dorsa, stay with us as we continue our coverage of this now. Let's speak to Alan Fisher. He joins us live from Washington, D.C. So, Alan, we understand you have some new information for us. What can you tell us?
A statement coming out of New York just in the last few minutes from the Secretary General of the United Nations. It says the Secretary General condemns any military escalation in the Middle East. He is particularly concerned by Israeli attacks on nuclear installations in Iran, while talks between Iran and the United States on the status of Iran's nuclear program are underway. The Secretary General recalls obligation of UN member states to act in accordance with the United Nations Charter and international law. He's asked for both sides to show restraint, avoiding at all costs a descent into deeper conflict, a situation that he says the region can hardly afford. Also, in the last hour, the Wall Street Journal has dropped a news story suggesting that in a phone call between Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump on Monday, Donald Trump asked Benjamin Netanyahu not to carry out any military strikes on Iran while there were negotiations ongoing with Iran. And we know that there were further talks planned in Muscat on Sunday. That would certainly explain some of the language in Marco Rubio's statement. He, of course, is the Secretary of State, saying that they were informed that Israel was carrying out unilateral action and that they did so because of their own self-defense. And so it's clear that there is some concern among the US administration that they might get dragged into a wider conflict here, something that they have been keen to avoid. Donald Trump, in fact, has, over the last couple of months, dispensed with people who would be considered Iran hawks, people in the national security team that were keen to prosecute a war with Iran, or at least help Israel prosecute a war with Iran. And they have been removed. The most high profile of them was Mike Waltz, who, of course, was the national security advisor. He's been replaced by Marco Rubio, who put out the statement on behalf of the government. And remember, Donald Trump and his National Security Council will meet in the Situation Room in Washington at the White House at 11 o'clock Washington time on Friday morning, although there is a bit of criticism on social media suggesting that for something that is this serious, he should perhaps do so, have that meeting a lot sooner. And of course, you'll remember Donald Trump had said that he thought that some sort of military action was likely but not imminent. That was just several hours ago, even though the United States had taken the action of partially evacuating its embassy in Baghdad, and saying that dependents of other embassy staff in other places across the Middle East could move out for a temporary time if they felt that was necessary. So it'll be interesting to see when we actually hear from Donald Trump on Friday, and if he's got anything to say about this Wall Street Journal report, which suggests that he was urging the Israelis not to go ahead with this attack until at least the negotiations had played themselves out.
OK, Alan, thank you. Dorsa Jabari is still with us here in the studio. Dorsa, you've covered Iran extensively. What will the mood in Iran be to these attacks right now?
I think as Iranians wake up to this news, or were woken up as a result of these attacks, I think there will be a tremendous amount of shock and fear, understandably. I think this is a threat that was looming over the nation for 47 years now, since the revolution of 1979. So the Israeli threat has always been there, but nobody actually believed they would carry it out. Nobody believed Israel would attack Iran. And at the scale that we've seen, last year we saw exchanges for the first time, and that was quite significant. And it broke this psychological barrier that people had in terms of Iran attacking Israel or Israel attacking Iran. But those were very specific, targeted attacks from both sides. This is much different today. This is being seen as a declaration of war. High-ranking officials, and we're now hearing also from Fars News Agency that the Chief of Staff of the Joint Armed Forces of the country's army and the Revolutionary Guard, Mohammad Bagheri, has also died in one of these attacks. And he's the second in command in the country after the commander-in-chief. So this attack is very different, and I think reaction will be very different from the public as well. There's going to be a lot of fear. We just heard from the Ministry of Interior in Iran. They've issued a statement urging people to remain calm, to only get information from reliable sources, in order to try and create an environment that doesn't stoke fear and panic. I think that's going to be very important in the next few hours inside the country for officials to maintain a sense of calm and peace.
Of course, when they assassinated Ismail Haniyeh, that was another example of the IDF's intelligence working. Tonight could very well be another example of the IDF's intelligence. I see you nodding along. How do they do what they do?
Good question. Look, Iran, first of all, Iran is it for them. I mean, that is their main enemy. They have other enemies, and they have intelligence on all sorts of. They obviously had tremendous intelligence on Hezbollah, as you referred to be able to conduct the walkie-talkie operation and the pagers, and also hitting all the weapons caches and hitting and decapitate and killing senior Hezbollah leaders so quickly. That requires significant intelligence. I do think, and Iran is their most important enemy. That's where so much of their intelligence is focused on. And before I fully answer your question, I want to say, look in contrast to the inadequate intelligence they had on Hamas.
The Iranian
they had
people rise
information
against
which
the
they didn't
Ayatollah.
believe
We want to see
before
the
October
regime
7th.
change.
But ultimately, actually, their intelligence wasn't as good. And it stands in contrast. But Hezbollah and Iran, they were so focused on it that their intelligence wasn't going to Hamas because they didn't look at Hamas.
Noor O'Day joins us from Amman live. And Noor, we've heard an unrepentant Israeli Prime Minister, but it seems there was a definite plan in place with a heightened state of alert in Israel.
Most certainly. Israel had already extensive plans for what the scenario of Iranian retaliation to an Israeli strike would be. This includes what would happen to education, to transportation, to the health sector. All of those plans are now being implemented. A state of emergency has been declared.
Israel is just preparing for war. Ay, ay, ay.
and people even to the right of him. So across the political spectrum, overwhelming political support.
Right now on the screen, Mark, we're showing some of the video from earlier, showing some of the damage from the blasts. We also have video of at least one of the strikes, two of the strikes perhaps. Of course, we'll wait until morning. Perhaps more video of what happened will come through, but for now, this is all we have to work with. One big question I have about all of this is, where does Iran and Israel's relationship fit in here? So I have talked almost nightly about the Israel-Hamas war since October 7th, 2023. And I remember one facet of the war that we talked about so often in the early months was the idea that this war was being fought largely through proxies. Israel was fighting directly with Hamas. For a time, they were having back and forth with Hezbollah. That got intense at times. The Houthis have been another story as well. In fact, the Houthis have managed to pierce the Iron Dome on occasion. My question for you, though, is what does it say about the Iran-Israeli relationship and the Middle East at large that we're now seeing for, I believe, a third time, Iran and Israel actually directing strikes at each other instead of through proxies? What does that say about the state of affairs in the Middle East, Mark?
Well, I think it demonstrates, as you said, twice last year in April and October, and now this year in June, that the Supreme Leader Khamenei and the Revolutionary Guards of Iran have decided to take their war with Israel out of the shadows, a war that they had been fighting through these terror proxies. This kind of ring of fire that had surrounded Israel, where Israel was really fighting with the tentacles of the octopus and not hitting the head of the octopus, and that the ground rules of this war have changed, and I think changed in Israel's favor, as Israel has severely degraded this so-called axis of resistance that Khamenei had built, which I call this axis of miseries, done severe damage to Hezbollah, severely degraded Hamas, taken out key capabilities of the regime, being able to kill Hamas terrorists in IRGC safe houses in Tehran, penetrated, again, and you see some of the results of that tonight, really penetrated at every area of the Iranian security establishment, and also been able to find really thousands of Iranians who just, the millions of Iranians who despise this regime and the thousands of Iranians prepared to work with Mossad in order to try to bring down this regime. It's really put the Israelis on offense for the first time. And I think October 7th, in that respect, as horrific as an event it was for Israel, it really changed the rules of the game, that the Israelis were no longer prepared to play defense, no longer prepared to try to contain the threat, no longer were looking to de-escalate while Khamenei built these terror armies around them and moved ahead on a nuclear weapons program. Israel would now go on offense. And I think you've seen the results of that since April of last year, certainly through September and October, and now most dramatically tonight. And we'll have to get, the battle damage assessment. Obviously going to be multiple days of strikes, and we'll see what is left standing inside the Islamic Republic. But I still think there's dangerous days ahead. I mean, the regime has at least 3,000 ballistic missiles and other cruise missiles and thousands of drones, and it's got sleeper cells around the world. It's got still, Houthis and Iraqi Shiite militias and terrorist organizations in the West Bank, and still Hezbollah still has thousands of fighters. So, one should not underestimate the ability of the regime to strike back against Israeli and Jewish targets around the world, and not get too, celebratory in terms of what Israeli initial success is. It's going to be a long, tough fight, but I think the Israelis decided the only way they win this fight is on offense.
Is the Supreme Leader himself a target, Mark?
I think he is. yeah, I think he should certainly think of himself as a target. I mean, the Israelis showed tonight that they're willing to go after the highest level officials in the regime, and so how Khamenei responds will determine if the Israelis decide to take it directly to him. And he is absolutely vulnerable. I mean, he has been penetrated, and his senior advisors have been penetrated, and everybody inside Iran, everybody inside the regime has to believe that at any point in time, Mossad and other elements of the Israeli security establishment could kill them. So they've got to be very careful.
Just got this in, Mark. Isaac Herzog has posted a statement. He's the president of Israel. He says, last night, Israel launched a targeted operation to neutralize an immediate and existential threat to our people. The international community has seen how, over the last decades, the Iranian regime, at the helm of a global terror empire, has continued to radicalize and destabilize the region with its proxies, while working relentlessly to advance its military nuclear capabilities and expand its ballistic missile arsenal. Iran's leaders have made no secret of their openly repeated intention to annihilate the state of Israel. For years, the regime has prepared to turn that vision into reality. Israel has the inherent right and the solemn duty to defend itself, and will always do so with determination and clarity. We sincerely hope that this will change the trajectory of our region toward a more peaceful and prosperous future. Closing thoughts, Mark, before we go here. Anything stick out to you about Herzog's words there?
Yeah, I mean, what really stood out to me, and I think President Herzog and Prime Minister Netanyahu and many Israelis have been sending this message, and that is that, you know, at the end of the day, they have no quarrel with the Iranian people. I mean, I think that if there was a free Iran that was free of the Islamic Republic, I think Iran and Israel would have close, warm relations, and it's very clear that there's an opportunity not just for the Abraham Accords between Israel and its Arab neighbors, but call it the Cyrus Accords between a free Iran and Israel. And for the Iranian people who've been on the streets, millions of them yelling death to the dictator, President Obama, President Biden, President Trump, are you with us or are you with the dictator? And have found American presidents willing to write letters to the Supreme Leader to try to engage in negotiations, but have been doing very little to support these Iranians who have been on the streets since 2009. I think the Israelis are the ones who have now given the Iranian people a real opportunity as they've weakened the security establishment, taken out these Iranian officials who've got the blood of not just Israelis and Americans on their hands, but the blood of Iranians on their hands, that there's really providing some space for the Iranian people to take to the streets and to change this government and to bring in the kind of prosperity and peace and dignity that they're so entitled to. So I am actually, you know, ultimately optimistic. I think the Islamic Republic will end up in the ash heap of history like other brutal dictatorships, and I think there will be one day a peace agreement between a free Iran and Israel, and I think that really will be historic, not only for the region, but incredibly important for the United States and our own security interests.
One more thing. I know I keep saying one more thing, but we do have Trump's schedule for tomorrow. The only thing on his agenda, Mark, is at 11 a.m. Eastern Time, the president is going to attend a National Security Council meeting. What are you looking to hear from President Trump tomorrow, Mark?
Well, I'd like to hear from President Trump that if the regime in Iran attacks U.S. people, U.S. personnel, U.S. interests, U.S. allies, that he is committed to using American power in all its dimensions to ensure that Iran will never get a nuclear weapon, and that Khamenei is risking his regime. That's a very important message of deterrence. If President Trump wants to prevent any further escalation or this turning into a wider war, he is the single most important person in the world to deliver that message to the regime in Iran. That's what I want to hear. I think any distancing from Israel will only make it more likely that there will be violent escalation. and more likely that there'll be war. I think this is the moment where Israel and the United States have to be closely aligned, strong partners, and in doing so, that will create the message of deterrence that I've talked about throughout this conversation. They can minimize the kind of escalation that we're likely to see from Khamenei and the IRGC.
Mark Dubowitz is the CEO of the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies. Thanks for staying up late with us. We'll talk soon.
Pleasure. Thanks so much for having me.
A live look at the White House. It's now 35 minutes past midnight, 9:35 on the East Coast. 12:35 on the East Coast, 9:35 out west. I'm Austin Westfall. We are going to stick with this. We're working to get more experts and analysts on the line to help us understand what's happening in the Middle East. Let's take a quick commercial break. Our coverage continuing in a moment.
Rising Lion. Moments ago, Israel launched Operation Rising Lion, a targeted military operation to roll back the Iranian threat to Israel's very survival. This operation will continue for as many days as it takes to remove this threat. For decades, the tyrants of Tehran have brazenly, openly called for Israel's destruction. They've backed up their genocidal rhetoric with a program to develop nuclear weapons. In recent years, Iran has produced enough highly enriched uranium for 9 atom bombs. 9. In recent months, Iran has taken steps that it has never taken before, steps to weaponize this enriched uranium. And if not stopped, Iran could produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time. It could be a year, it could be within a few months, less than a year. This is a clear and present danger to Israel's very survival. 80 years ago, the Jewish people were the victims of a Holocaust perpetrated by the Nazi regime. Today, the Jewish state refuses to be a victim of a nuclear Holocaust perpetrated by the Iranian regime. Now, as Prime Minister, I've made it clear time and again, Israel will never allow those who call for our annihilation to develop the means to achieve that goal. Tonight, Israel backs those words with action. We struck at the heart of Iran's nuclear enrichment program. We struck at the heart of Iran's nuclear weaponization program. We targeted Iran's main enrichment facility in Natanz. We targeted Iran's leading nuclear scientists working on the Iranian bomb. We also struck at the heart of Iran's ballistic missile program. Last year, Iran fired 300 ballistic missiles at Israel. Each of these missiles carries a ton of explosives and threatens the lives of hundreds of people. Soon, those missiles could carry a nuclear payload, threatening the lives not of hundreds, but of millions. Iran is gearing up to produce 10,000 of those ballistic missiles within 3 years. Now just imagine 10,000 tons of TNT landing on a country the size of New Jersey. This is an intolerable threat. It too must be stopped. Iran is now working on what it calls the new plan to destroy Israel. You see, the old plan failed. Iran and its proxies tried to encircle Israel with a ring of fire and to attack us with the horrible attack of October 7th. But the people of Israel, the soldiers of Israel, rose like lions to defend our country. We crushed Hamas, we devastated Hezbollah, we hit Iranian proxies in Syria and Yemen. And when Iran directly attacked us twice last year, we struck back inside Iran itself. Yet in defending ourselves, we also defend others. We defend our Arab neighbors. They too have suffered from Iran's campaign of chaos and carnage. Our actions against Iran's proxy Hezbollah led to the establishment of a new government in Lebanon and the collapse of Assad's murderous regime in Syria. The peoples of those two countries now have a chance for a different future, a better future. So too do the brave people of Iran, and I have a message for them. Our fight is not with you. Our fight is with the brutal dictatorship that has oppressed you for 46 years. I believe that the day of your liberation is near. And when that happens, the great friendship between our two ancient peoples will flourish once again. I want to assure the civilized world, we will not let the world's most dangerous regime get the world's most dangerous weapons. And Iran plans to give those weapons, nuclear weapons, to its terrorist proxies. That would make the nightmare of nuclear terrorism all too real. The increasing range of Iran's ballistic missiles would bring that nuclear nightmare to the cities of Europe and eventually to America. Remember, Iran calls Israel the small Satan. It calls America the great Satan. And this is why for decades, it's led millions in the chants of death to Israel and death to America. Today, Israel is responding to those genocidal calls with action and with a call of our own. Long live Israel and long live America. Our action will help make the world a much safer place. I want to thank President Trump for his leadership in confronting Iran's nuclear weapons program. He has made clear time and again that Iran cannot have a nuclear enrichment program. Today, it is clear that Iran is just buying for time. It refuses to agree to this basic requirement of peaceful nations. That is why we have no choice but to act, and act now. The hardest decision any leader has to make is to thwart a danger before it is fully materialized. Nearly a century ago, facing the Nazis, a generation of leaders failed to act in time. They were paralyzed by the horrors of World War I. They were determined to avoid war at all costs, and they got the worst war ever. They adopted a policy of appeasement. They closed their eyes and ears to all the warning signs. That failure to act resulted in World War II, the deadliest war in history. It claimed the lives of 60 million, including 6 million Jews, a third of my people. After that war, the Jewish people and the Jewish state vowed never again. Well, never again is now. Today, Israel has shown that we have learned the lessons of history. When enemies vow to destroy you, believe them. When enemies build weapons of mass death, stop them. As the Bible teaches us, when someone comes to kill you, rise and act first. This is exactly what Israel has done today. We have risen like lions to defend ourselves. Over 3,000 years ago, Moses gave the people of Israel a message that has steeled their resolve ever since. Be strong and courageous, he said. Today, our strong and courageous soldiers and people stand together to defend ourselves against those who seek our destruction. And by defending ourselves, we defend many others, and we roll back a murderous tyranny. Generations from now, history will record that our generation stood its ground, acted in time, and secured our common future. May God bless Israel. May God bless the forces of civilization everywhere.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu releasing that statement. That's the on-camera statement we've heard from Netanyahu in English since this began. We understand that some of our viewers may have seen some technical issues on their end. We do apologize from that. We are back as we take a live look at the White House. It is about 12:45 in the morning in the nation's capital, 9:45 out west. Let's slide away for a quick commercial break. We'll be right back.
Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host.
All right, we did have a bit of a interruption there. We apologize for that, a bit of a technical glitch. So I'm back here, a live look at the White House. We've been following the situation closely with our analysts and experts. Let's dip into a conversation that I had earlier today with Dr. Alon Burstein. Let's watch some of it. Talk about the ongoing situation in Iran. Of course, one of the chief questions that comes during any event like this is how will Iran respond? Dr. Alon Burstein has been discussing this with us all evening. He's still here, Alon, as always. It's good to see you. Thanks for being generous with your time tonight. You and I were talking a little bit offline, and there's some information coming through about the potential of some sort of retaliation, and it might come soon. Is that what you're hearing?
Yeah, as always, Austin, nice to see you. So there's a couple of different reports that are coming in. In Israel, there are repeated blasts that are coming out that Israeli citizens should prepare for Iranian retaliation within the next 2 hours. Israel is preparing for the retaliation in the next 2 hours. In the past, we have seen that either through Israel's spy network or through other intelligence agencies, Israel has usually known when an Iranian attack is coming. The last time that the attack happened in November, Israel put out an announcement several hours before the attack from Iran saying Israelis should be prepared, something big may be happening. So very likely, that is why Israel is saying in the next 2 hours. Doesn't mean that it's going to happen. Iran is not going to go according to Israel's plan, but very likely we are going to see that retaliation soon. Something that is important also that the Israeli military, the IDF, just tweeted moments ago, it said that not a single anti-aircraft missile was fired at Israeli planes during their attacks thus far. Now, Iran certainly would not have stood by and tried to withstand Israel's attack. So that tells us something about Israel's intelligence, that it knew exactly where the air defenses were placed and how to bypass them. It also tells us something about Israel's previous attacks that we know all targeted the air defenses in Iran. But most importantly, what that tells us is up until now, we have seen the vast array of Israeli attacks against Iran, which I'm sure we'll talk about, but we have yet to actually see any Iranian response, not just in lack of attacking Israel so far or attacking U.S. interests so far, not even in attempts to defend themselves against Israeli Air Force as they were carrying out those attacks. We haven't seen any Iranian response, which very likely means that we will see it in the coming hours. Iran, for its own internal political purposes, and I always say, look to the internal politics, for its own internal political purposes, cannot afford to be hit so badly like it hit without having what to show in response, that it still has its military capabilities. So we probably will see that developing in the coming hours.
Iran, what do they, and you bring up a good point, which is when we've seen Israel strike Iran in the past, we have always gotten a response. There's been no response yet alone. How do we expect, and this is a question I asked you earlier in the night, I think it's worth putting a fine point on this now that we have more context as to what exactly has happened out there. We know a little bit more about what's been targeted, who's been targeted. What channels do we look for a response? Do we look through military channels? Do we look through statements, through state-run media? How do we get a response, an initial response out of Iran? Where do we look?
So we've seen the responses already through state media. We've seen Iran responding. We saw the supreme leader of Iran, Ali Khamenei, just put out a statement moments ago saying, I don't have it in front of me, but something along the lines of that Israel has opened up its bloody hand and shown its true face, and we are going to retaliate against it soon. We also saw, though, much more concrete responses from Iran's main military apparatus, saying that Israel and the United States are going to bear the brunt of this attack. So in terms of statements and threatening retaliations, we have seen already that coming from Iran. At the same time, in terms of what Iran can do, how they might respond, what we are likely to see is several things. First, almost certainly, we're going to see a military response. Almost certainly, we are going to see Iran launch a barrage of ballistic missiles. The amount of ballistic missiles that they launch will likely give us an indication as to, do they want to escalate further, or do they want this to be one and done? Israel carried out its attack. If Iran, for example, launches, I'm just going to throw out a random number here. If it launches 50 ballistic missiles, almost certainly all of them will be intercepted by Israel, United States, possibly Jordan, UAE, maybe even Qatar. And therefore, likely Iran will not be looking to inflict major damage on Israel. It will be looking to do something to say it retaliated and call it done. In turn, if they launch 300 ballistic missiles or 500 ballistic missiles, likely some of them are going to bypass the air defenses around the Middle East. Israel has the U.S. THAAD air defenses deployed, has a lot of different weapon systems deployed. However, if 500 missiles, and again, I'm just making up numbers, but if 500 missiles are launched simultaneously, then likely some of them, even if 5%, 10% get through, we're still talking about 50, 25 ballistic missiles. Each one of those can kill a good amount of people, or each one of those can cause a substantial amount of damage. You know, imagine looking at the images right now of Jerusalem, the old city of Jerusalem, Haram al-Sharif, Al-Aqsa Mosque, the Holy Sepulchre, the Western Wall. Imagine a ballistic missile landing there. You have religious World War III breaking out. So if Iran does launch a more substantial barrage, they will likely be hoping to escalate things further. Or if they launch a more limited barrage, then they may be trying to signal, we are willing to be done. I doubt that they're willing to be done, but it is possible. That is one avenue that we're definitely going to see Iran responding. Another avenue we're going to see is diplomatically. We're definitely going to see Iran going to the United Nations, calling for international condemnations, the Security Council, and etc. And one more thing I'll say, Iran does have an economic option. Iran is not the strongest economy in the world. It does not control the oil exports in the world, but it does sit on the Straits of Hormuz. It does control the oil exports that come out of Saudi Arabia, the gas exports out of Qatar and the United Arab Emirates. All of these go through the Persian Gulf and go through this very, very narrow strait that Iran sits on. It is on the Iranian border, and Iran could shut that off. And if it does, if it declares a naval blockade, you will see the world economy going crazy in a second. They have not threatened that yet, but they have in the past. In the past, when there have been escalations, they have threatened, we will shut down the world's access to oil reserves of the Middle East, and they have the capability of doing that. That is another option of retaliation that they could do in order to mount pressure on Israel. They haven't threatened that yet, but it could be.
Got a statement in from Iran's Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. He said that Israel will face, quote, severe punishment over this attack. The Supreme Leader issued a statement carried by its state-run news agency, confirming that top military officials and scientists had been killed in the attack. For anybody who's just joining us, I'm on with Alon Burstein, and the reason why Alon may be looking down from time to time is because he's scouring sources on the internet, whether it's in English, Hebrew, Arabic. When these situations happen, there's a lot of information that gets sent out from just about every direction imaginable. The AP putting this out moments ago, they say Supreme Leader Khamenei is saying that Israel, as I said, will face severe punishment and will face severe punishment after it launched strikes that targeted the country's nuclear program and left the leader of Iran's paramilitary Revolutionary Guard dead. In recent weeks alone, a thread that we've been following closely have been the Iran nuclear negotiations that have been taking place between the U.S. and Iran. The sixth round of those talks were expected to take place this weekend. President Trump, and correct me if I'm misremembering this, but President Trump had previously said that he did not want Israel to strike Iran's nuclear infrastructure. He said instead that he wanted to go the diplomatic route. He wanted to talk it out. He wanted to go the negotiation route. Is today a sign that they are giving up on those efforts, or is there still a possibility that the talks continue, whether it be this weekend or some other time in the future?
So, you know, something I said earlier in the show about 2 hours ago when we were talking, U.S. President Trump is very unpredictable. He's very unpredictable. He's very emotional. He often shoots from the gut, and, you know, it can contradict himself within the same speech. Something, however, that is entirely consistent about him, time and again, regardless of where you see, is he does not like war. He does not like war. He thinks war is unpredictable. He thinks war is something you can't control. He likes deals. We saw this in India and Pakistan. We saw this with Israel and Hamas. We saw this with Russia and Ukraine. And we've seen this in dealing with Iran. The one thing that is very consistent about Trump when it comes to diplomacy is he does not like war. He doesn't mind threats. He doesn't mind escalations. He doesn't like it to actually come to war. Now, over the last week, we have seen a lot of reports that emerged within Israel and the United States about friction between Netanyahu, Israeli Prime Minister, and U.S. President Trump, with Trump telling Netanyahu to not escalate threats with Iran, that rhetoric is not helpful, that the United States will not back up Israel until and carry on an attack until it has maxed out negotiations. Tonight, there were reports in Israel that was all a hoax, that actually that was part of subterfuge in order to fool Iran, to lull it into a false sense of security. Maybe that's true. But if we look at the statements of the State Department of the United States, they very quickly put out a statement saying that Israel acted unilaterally, that Israel acted by itself. The United States is not taking part in this. They did not say that the United States will not defend Israel if it's attacked. They did not say the United States is not possibly providing Israel with extra intelligence. And I will say, from my own speculation, that there is no chance in the world that Israel carried out this attack without informing the United States and getting the okay. Israel could not afford to lose the U.S. backing in the United Nations, to lose the U.S. veto in the Security Council, to lose the U.S. pressure on the International Criminal Court and the International Court of Justice, to lose the access to U.S. weaponry. All that could happen if Trump said, Netanyahu, you screwed me, you told me you weren't going to attack and you would. There's no chance that Israel did this without Trump knowing. That said, we do not know if Trump may have told him, carry out this attack, sure. I'm still going to continue the talks, though. I'm still going to try to reach a deal. You could use this as an escalatory threat, and I can come back and then tell you, now stop because we've reached a deal. They haven't officially canceled the talks on Sunday. Now, it's true, no one had time to do that. We're in the midst of airstrikes in Iran. But at the same time, they haven't canceled those talks. And one thing I'm also going to add, the chief of staff or the military headquarters in Iran put out a statement saying that Israel and the United States will bear the brunt of the retaliation. Interestingly, though, what you just read, the statement of the supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, did not mention the United States. He said that Israel would bear the brunt of the retaliation, but very, very conspicuously, the United States is not mentioned in this attack that now Iran is going to be leveling against in retaliation for Israel's attack. So that also is interesting. Ali Khamenei has no love for the United States. He would not be shy about threatening the United States. The fact that he did not mention the U.S. in this also says that possibly the sides haven't walked away from talks and are looking at this as part of the strongman negotiation. Again, it's difficult to talk about that when we talk about, violence and airstrikes and death, but possibly this is just part of diplomatic negotiations. Israel certainly hopes that the talks between the U.S. and Iran fail and that the U.S. is dragged into attacking Iran as well. We don't know what Iran hopes for at this point. We don't know if Iran wants to attack Israel but still talk to the U.S. That's what happened with the Houthis. The Houthis made a deal with the United States, continue to attack Israel, and don't care, and the U.S. seemingly doesn't care. We don't know if Iran wants that, or if, as far as Iran's concerned, the U.S. and Israel are one and the same. Israel attacked us, so the negotiations are off. We will see. I think a lot of that's going to depend on the wave that happens after Iran's retaliation. Iran will retaliate. There will be that barrage of missiles. Then, after that, does Israel launch another wave and the war continues? Or at that point, does Trump step in and say, okay, you've attacked, now let's talk? That's what we're going to wait to see.
Alone has been That was my conversation with Alon Burstein earlier today. He does have his own YouTube channel if you want to give him a follow. He provides valuable academic perspective to these complex issues. It is time for us to slide away for a brief commercial break. Our coverage continuing in a moment.
Thanks for being.
So we are live, and we are hearing that Iran has fired more than 100 drones toward Israel. This is something that I'm just getting through the news wires right now. What we're doing is we're working to see if we can get more of our experts and analysts on the line so that we can continue talking about this situation. While we do that, what I'm going to do is play out what we've heard from Benjamin Netanyahu so far. Some people may just be tuning in, and this may be the first time they've seen it. We have some fact-finding to do behind the scenes. If we hear of anything or if we see anything breaking, we will break out of Netanyahu's remarks and we'll bring that to you live. In the meantime, listen into a little bit of what the Israeli Prime Minister said earlier tonight.
Moments ago, Israel launched Operation Rising Lion, a targeted military operation to roll back the Iranian threat to Israel's very survival. This operation will continue for as many days as it takes to remove this threat. For decades, the tyrants of Tehran have brazenly, openly called for Israel's destruction. They've backed up their genocidal rhetoric with a program to develop nuclear weapons. Moments ago, in recent Israel years, launched Operation Rising Lion, highly enriched targeted military operation to roll back the Iranian threat in recent to Israel's very survival. This operation will continue for as many days as to weaponize this enriched uranium. And if not stopped, Iran could produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time. It could be a year, it could be within a few months, less than a year. This is a clear and present danger to Israel's very survival. 80 years ago, the Jewish people were the victims of a Holocaust perpetrated by the Nazi regime. Today, the Jewish state refuses to be a victim of a nuclear Holocaust perpetrated by the Iranian regime. Now, as Prime Minister, I've made it clear time and again, Israel will never allow those who call for our annihilation to develop the means to achieve that goal. Tonight, Israel backs those words with action. We struck at the heart of Iran's nuclear enrichment program. We struck at the heart of Iran's nuclear weaponization program. We targeted Iran's main enrichment facility in Natanz. We targeted Iran's leading nuclear scientists working on the Iranian bomb. We also struck at the heart of Iran's ballistic missile program. Last year, Iran fired 300 ballistic missiles at Israel. Each of these missiles carries a ton of explosives and threatens the lives of hundreds of people. Soon, those missiles could carry a nuclear payload, threatening the lives not of hundreds, but of millions. Iran is gearing up to produce 10,000 of those ballistic missiles within 3 years. Now just imagine 10,000 tons of TNT landing on a country the size of New Jersey. This is an intolerable threat. It too must be stopped. Iran is now working on what it calls the new plan to destroy Israel. You see, the old plan failed. Iran and its proxies tried to encircle Israel with a ring of fire and to attack us with the horrible attack of October 7th. But the people of Israel, the soldiers of Israel, rose like lions to defend our country. We crushed Hamas, we devastated Hezbollah, we hit Iranian proxies in Syria and Yemen. And when Iran directly attacked us twice last year, we struck back inside Iran itself. Yet in defending ourselves, we also defend others. We defend our Arab neighbors. They too have suffered from Iran's campaign of chaos and carnage. Our actions against Iran's proxy Hezbollah led to the establishment of a new government in Lebanon and the collapse of Assad's murderous regime in Syria. The peoples of those two countries now have a chance for a different future, a better future. So too do the brave people of Iran, and I have a message for them. Our fight is not with you. Our fight is with the brutal dictatorship that has oppressed you for 46 years. I believe that the day of your liberation is near. And when that happens, the great friendship between our two ancient peoples will flourish once again. I want to assure the civilized world, we will not let the world's most dangerous regime get the world's most dangerous weapons. And Iran plans to give those weapons, nuclear weapons, to its terrorist proxies. That would make the nightmare of nuclear terrorism all too real. The increasing range of Iran's ballistic missiles would bring that nuclear nightmare to the cities of Europe and eventually to America. Remember, Iran calls Israel the small Satan. It calls America the great Satan. And this is why for decades, it's led millions in the chants of death to Israel and death to America. Today, Israel is responding to those genocidal calls with action and with a call of our own. Long live Israel and long live America. Our action will help make the world a much safer place. I want to thank President Trump for his leadership in confronting Iran's nuclear weapons program. He has made clear time and again that Iran cannot have a nuclear enrichment program. Today, it is clear that Iran is just buying for time. It refuses to agree to this basic requirement of peaceful nations. That is why we have no choice but to act, and act now. The hardest decision any leader has to make is to thwart a danger before it is fully materialized. Nearly a century ago, facing the Nazis, a generation of leaders failed to act in time. They were paralyzed by the horrors of World War I. They were determined to avoid war at all costs, and they got the worst war ever. They adopted a policy of appeasement. They closed their eyes and ears to all the warning signs. That failure to act resulted in World War II, the deadliest war in history. It claimed the lives of 60 million, including 6 million Jews, a third of my people. After that war, the Jewish people and the Jewish state vowed never again. Well, never again is now. Today, Israel has shown that we have learned the lessons of history. When enemies vow to destroy you, believe them. When enemies build weapons of mass death, stop them. As the Bible teaches us, when someone comes to kill you, rise and act first. This is exactly what Israel has done today. We have risen like lions to defend ourselves. Over 3,000 years ago, Moses gave the people of Israel a message that has steeled their resolve ever since. Be strong and courageous, he said. Today, our strong and courageous soldiers and people stand together to defend ourselves against those who seek our destruction. And by defending ourselves, we defend many others, and we roll back a murderous tyranny. Generations from now, history will record that our generation stood its ground, acted in time, and secured our common future. May God bless Israel. May God bless the forces of civilization everywhere. Thank you. Moments ago.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and we did have some audio issues there. We apologize for that. It is time for us to slide away for a quick commercial break. We are going to be back with more updates in a quick moment. Don't go anywhere.
Thank you for being here. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent.
So, we have been working through some technical issues for the past half hour or so. Some of you guys may have seen them, some of you may not have. I know it affected some of our viewers, but we are back now, and we thank you all for sticking with us. What we've been looking at is a live vantage point in Jerusalem. We continue to monitor any breaking developments out of the region. Here's what we're getting in within the past few moments here. Jennifer Griffin, she's the Pentagon correspondent for Fox News. She says that Iran has just launched more than 100 drones at Israel, and the Associated Press is quoting an army spokesman as saying, in the last few hours, Iran has in fact launched more than 100 drones toward Israel, and all the defense systems are acting to intercept the threats. Let's take a live look at some of our cameras. This one is in Jerusalem, working to see if we have any other vantage points. I believe this is of Jerusalem as well. So last year, if anybody was watching along when we saw a similar scene, which is Israel and Iran firing directly at each other, the last time we saw Iran launch a barrage of missiles or drones toward Israel, they were all either falling short or they were intercepted by the Iron Dome. Now, when this has happened previously, by the way, it was dark out. I'm not sure if that will impact the visibility of anything that may be intercepted above the Israeli airspace from the Iron Dome. We do have a number of live vantage points from Jerusalem. This is one vantage point, a second, and a third. We've been watching these images closely, by the way. This one is of Haifa. This is a community in northern Israel. We were often talking about Haifa when we were watching the IDF and Hezbollah trade back and forth. Live look at Gaza. And finally, a live look at Tel Aviv. So I had mistakenly said that this was Jerusalem earlier. This is Tel Aviv, the skyline of Tel Aviv. I'll be curious to see if there's any drone interceptions, if what we will see today will look like what we saw last year when we watched the IDF's, well, I should say the Iron Dome, when we watched the Iron Dome working in real time. The Associated Press says that Jordan, the state of Jordan, has closed its airspace following Israel's strikes on Iran early Friday. Iran, Israel, and Iraq have all closed their airspaces as well. Jordan's Civil Aviation Authority says that the airspace will be closed for all flights over the country. The Jordan News Agency said that the temporary measure is out of concern for any dangers related to the escalation in the region. So, anybody who knows the geography of the Middle East knows that if there is any sort of ammunition flying between Iran and Israel, specifically if we're talking about Iran launching more than 100 drones toward Israel, more than likely that will have to go over Jordanian airspace, just given the geography of the region. So we're hearing from the AP that Jordan has closed its airspace. Iran, Israel, and Iraq have all done the same. Let's move to another vantage point of Jerusalem. What I'm going to do is I'm going to mute my microphone. I'm just going to let this image play out. And in fact, what we'll do is we'll craft up a triple box so we can get a live look at 3 of the different vantage points around Israel. Again, we're keeping an eye on the skies in this case, just in case we see any of the 100 drones make their way into Israeli airspace. We don't know how long it'll take, by the way, for drones launched from Iran to actually reach Israel proper. But again, what I'm going to be watching for is if they do make it to Israel, I'm going to be watching the skies to see if the Iron Dome intercepts anything above the skyline. So we're going to do some fact-finding behind the scenes. I'm going to leave you with this stagnant shot for now. In a moment, you'll watch this turn into a triple box. We'll put 3 different vantage points up. We'll be back with you shortly if we get any updates. We're seeing sporadic reports that drones have been spotted over Iraq, which again would indicate that any potential drones are making their way westward from Iran. So we are, again, seeing some reports out there. We have not been able to independently confirm, but there are independent reports that there have been drones spotted in the airspace over Iraq. Jerusalem, we haven't seen anything on the cameras yet. Haifa is in northern Israel. Tel Aviv is in central Israel. So we'll be watching those cameras closely. An Israeli military spokesman has said that 200 Israeli fighter jets participated in the operation. So we're learning a little bit more from the Israeli military about this operation that took place in Iran. A spokesperson says that some 200 Israeli fighter jets participated in the operation, striking some 100 targets. And he said the attacks are continuing. So this remains an active situation. And again, we work with live feeds here at Live Now. This is what we do. Whether it's the protests in Los Angeles this past week, Sometimes we would just watch the live cameras as they were on the ground at the protests. We would listen in to the audio heard from the ground. In this case, what I'm looking for is what's in the sky. I have not seen any activity in the skies above Israel quite yet. But again, what we're going to be watching for is perhaps, and again, we don't exactly know if these more than 100 drones will make it to Israeli airspace, if it'll make it to the Iron Dome. But we're keeping an eye on these cameras in case we do see such. The other two times that Iran has launched a barrage of missiles, drones toward Israel, they were either all intercepted by the Iron Dome or they fell short of their target. It's also very possible that other nations got involved in defending Israel at that time, although my understanding is that there was no concrete information to confirm such. But again, I'll mute my mic. Let's keep these live vantage points up. I'll return with any pertinent updates. For those of you just tuning in and wondering why we have these vantage points of Israel up on our screen with no audio, it's because we're watching the skies above Israel. Welcome back in Alive Now. I'm Austin Westfall. We've been following the developing situation in the Middle East. Israel has targeted Iran's nuclear sites tonight. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying that Israel targeted Iran's main enrichment facility and the country's ballistic missile program as well. They've also targeted some of the country's top nuclear scientists and officials. The breaking news of the hour, though, is that Iran has responded by launching more than 100 drones toward Israel. Jennifer Griffin confirms such. We've also seen it confirmed by the Associated Press as well. So something we're going to be doing for the next little while here is we're going to see if we can see anything in the skies above Israel. Last year, when Iran sent missiles toward Israel, the Iron Dome intercepted most of them. A good amount of the missiles also simply fell short. They didn't make it. So what we're going to be watching for, we don't know if we will see anything on any of these cameras, but what we do know is that Iran has launched more than 100 drones toward Israel in response for their strikes on Iran earlier in the day. Last year, there were 2 instances of Iran firing directly at Israel, and both times we did see interceptions from the Iron Dome. And so I'd be curious if some of these drones do make it toward Israeli airspace. Will we see the Iron Dome in action? Will we see the Iron Dome intercept some of these drones? Jerusalem on your screen, Haifa, which is in northern Israel, Tel Aviv, which is central Israel. One of the other updates we just got is that Oman, the country of Oman, is condemning Israel's strikes on Iran. Oman is an important player because they are the ones that have been holding some of the talks, and they've been helping to mediate some of the nuclear negotiations that have been taking place between the U.S. and Iran. We did get a quote in from Oman's government. They say that Oman holds Israel responsible for this escalation and its repercussions, and calls on the international community to take a clear and firm position to stop this dangerous approach, which threatens to exclude diplomatic solutions and undermine the security and stability of the region. Still up in the air whether or not nuclear negotiations will continue on Sunday. We have not gotten a concrete yay or nay on that. There were supposed to be a 6th round of nuclear talks between the U.S. and Israel on Sunday. Again, time will tell whether or not that's actually going to happen in light of this most recent news. The U.S. has also issued a statement. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio saying that Israel took unilateral action against Iran and warned that Iran should not target U.S. forces in retaliation. We do remember that in recent days, the U.S. began pulling some diplomats from Iraq's capital and offering voluntary evacuations for the families of U.S. troops in the wider Middle East. For those that have not seen the images, we do have images. This is not live. This is from earlier when the launches themselves happened. Again, these are IDF strikes on Iran. This is what started this tonight. Some of the damage you can see. Buildings set ablaze. The blasts themselves also captured on some security cameras. And so it's these strikes that are leading Iran now to launch more than 100 drones toward Israel. We will do our best to stay on air, watching these cameras, just in case we do see if any of these drones make their way into Israeli airspace. Perhaps we may see some interceptions by the Iron Dome. I'm going to mute my mic. If any pertinent updates come through the news wires, I will bring my audio back up. I'll give you any updates, any relevant updates. But in the meantime, we're going to keep these live feeds on the screen. You're looking at Jerusalem. You're looking at Haifa. Again, northern Israel is Haifa. Tel Aviv is central Israel. We'll be back with any updates as needed. Okay, welcome back. I'm Austin Westfall. It is about time for us to get off of the air. We stayed on a little bit later than usual because we wanted to make sure that we covered this story. As it stands right now, the latest we've heard is that Iran has launched more than 100 drones toward Israel. We have not seen anything in the skies above Israel, but something we'll be tracking closely in the morning is where this story goes from here. Josh Breslow will be coming on the air at 6 a.m. Eastern Time. He always does a great job covering the Middle East. No doubt he'll be leading his coverage off with the developing situation in Israel and in Iran. I'm Austin Westfall. We appreciate everybody sticking with us tonight. We know it's been a lot. It has been a busy night, and there was a lot to learn today. And we'll continue to monitor these live feeds in the morning as well, of course. For anybody who is still up on the East Coast, it is 1:52 a.m. It's 10:52 out west. Live look at the White House. As I mentioned, I'm Austin Westfall. It is about time for us to head off the air for the evening. We come back on with our live news starting at 6 a.m. Eastern Time. No doubt the Middle East will be top of mind. For now, I'm going to send it to a commercial break. On the other side of that, you will see our overnight playlist. The overnight playlist begins with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu discussing the strikes in Iran. Have a good night.
Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. Let's now listen in as Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is making remarks after Israel conducted targeted attacks on Iran.
Moments ago, Israel launched Operation Rising Lion, a targeted military operation to roll back the Iranian threat to Israel's very survival. This operation will continue for as many days as it takes to remove this threat. For decades, the tyrants of Tehran have brazenly, openly called for Israel's destruction. They've backed up their genocidal rhetoric with a program to develop nuclear weapons. In recent years, Iran has produced enough highly enriched uranium for 9 atom bombs. 9. In recent months, Iran has taken steps that it has never taken before, steps to weaponize this enriched uranium. And if not stopped, Iran could produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time. It could be a year, it could be within a few months, less than a year. This is a clear and present danger to Israel's very survival. 80 years ago, the Jewish people were the victims of a Holocaust perpetrated by the Nazi regime. Today, the Jewish state refuses to be a victim of a nuclear Holocaust perpetrated by the Iranian regime. Now, as Prime Minister, I've made it clear time and again, Israel will never allow those who call for our annihilation to develop the means to achieve that goal. Tonight, Israel backs those words with action. We struck at the heart of Iran's nuclear enrichment program. We struck at the heart of Iran's nuclear weaponization program. We targeted Iran's main enrichment facility in Natanz. We targeted Iran's leading nuclear scientists working on the Iranian bomb. We also struck at the heart of Iran's ballistic missile program. Last year, Iran fired 300 ballistic missiles at Israel. Each of these missiles carries a ton of explosives and threatens the lives of hundreds of people. Soon, those missiles could carry a nuclear payload, threatening the lives not of hundreds, but of millions. Iran is gearing up to produce 10,000 of those ballistic missiles within 3 years. Now just imagine 10,000 tons of TNT landing on a country the size of New Jersey. This is an intolerable threat. It too must be stopped. Iran is now working on what it calls the new plan to destroy Israel. You see, the old plan failed. Iran and its proxies tried to encircle Israel with a ring of fire and to attack us with the horrible attack of October 7th. But the people of Israel, the soldiers of Israel, rose like lions to defend our country. We crushed Hamas, we devastated Hezbollah, we hit Iranian proxies in Syria and Yemen. And when Iran directly attacked us twice last year, we struck back inside Iran itself. Yet in defending ourselves, we also defend others. We defend our Arab neighbors. They too have suffered from Iran's campaign of chaos and carnage. Our actions against Iran's proxy Hezbollah led to the establishment of a new government in Lebanon and the collapse of Assad's murderous regime in Syria. The peoples of those two countries now have a chance for a different future, a better future. So too do the brave people of Iran, and I have a message for them. Our fight is not with you. Our fight is with the brutal dictatorship that has oppressed you for 46 years. I believe that the day of your liberation is near. And when that happens, the great friendship between our two ancient peoples will flourish once again. I want to assure the civilized world, we will not let the world's most dangerous regime get the world's most dangerous weapons. And Iran plans to give those weapons, nuclear weapons, to its terrorist proxies. That would make the nightmare of nuclear terrorism all too real. The increasing range of Iran's ballistic missiles would bring that nuclear nightmare to the cities of Europe and eventually to America. Remember, Iran calls Israel the small Satan. It calls America the great Satan. And this is why for decades, it's led millions in the chants of death to Israel and death to America. Today, Israel is responding to those genocidal calls with action and with a call of our own. Long live Israel and long live America. Our action will help make the world a much safer place. I want to thank President Trump for his leadership in confronting Iran's nuclear weapons program. He has made clear time and again that Iran cannot have a nuclear enrichment program. Today, it is clear that Iran is just buying for time. It refuses to agree to this basic requirement of peaceful nations. That is why we have no choice but to act, and act now. The hardest decision any leader has to make is to thwart a danger before it is fully materialized. Nearly a century ago, facing the Nazis, a generation of leaders failed to act in time. They were paralyzed by the horrors of World War I. They were determined to avoid war at all costs, and they got the worst war ever. They adopted a policy of appeasement. They closed their eyes and ears to all the warning signs. That failure to act resulted in World War II, the deadliest war in history. It claimed the lives of 60 million, including 6 million Jews, a third of my people. After that war, the Jewish people and the Jewish state vowed never again. Well, never again is now. Today, Israel has shown that we have learned the lessons of history. When enemies vow to destroy you, believe them. When enemies build weapons of mass death, stop them. As the Bible teaches us, when someone comes to kill you, rise and act first. This is exactly what Israel has done today. We have risen like lions to defend ourselves. Over 3,000 years ago, Moses gave the people of Israel a message that has steeled their resolve ever since. Be strong and courageous, he said. Today, our strong and courageous soldiers and people stand together to defend ourselves against those who seek our destruction. And by defending ourselves, we defend many others, and we roll back a murderous tyranny. Generations from now, history will record that our generation stood its ground, acted in time, and secured our common future. May God bless Israel. May God bless the forces of civilization everywhere. Thank you.
We were just listening in to some of those remarks there from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Let's slide away for a 2-minute break.
Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem makes remarks from the FBI Los Angeles headquarters about anti-ICE protests.
Good morning, everybody. Grateful that you all are here. My name is Kristi Noem. I am the Department of Homeland Security Secretary for President Donald J. Trump. And I am so thankful for the men and women of law enforcement who have been working every single day to bring law and order and peace back to the citizens of Los Angeles and to the state of California. As you know, we've seen under this last week some operations that have been working to bring in criminals that have been out on our streets for far too long. Our HSI and ICE individuals individuals have been out conducting operations with our government partners to make sure that these criminals, bad actors, murderers, rapists, pedophiles, traffickers, and drug traffickers are brought in and brought to justice finally under this administration. I do want to thank the men and women of law enforcement. They've been absolute rock stars in what they've done to protect this community and to protect this city. I want to specifically name those that are under the umbrella within our components, under the Department of Homeland Security. That has been our ICE officers who have been on the front line out there interdicting with many of these dangerous criminals. Also HSI with their investigative skill set and tactical teams have been absolutely imperative to us in helping us make sure we're running operations and really targeting these bad actors. Our Federal Protective Services and also our Border Patrol agents have come and been partners with us in an incredible way. They bring a skill set that has helped us have a whole of government approach under the Department of Homeland Security that has never happened before. The assets that they have and the willingness to do their jobs that this president has allowed them to do has been absolutely incredible. But what you see standing behind me too is also other federal partners that have come to the table that are here to bring safety and security to the city of Los Angeles. I want to specifically thank the Army. I want to thank the Marines, the National Guard, our soldiers, our military men and women who have shown up here to help make sure that we have security. Not only do they protect our country around the world, but they're doing it every single day here in the United States of America too, and doing it as service, public service to the people in this country because they took an oath to uphold the law. We also have a U.S. attorney here who has been aggressive, has been making sure that we don't pick winners and losers in this country, that the rule of law will be followed, and that people who break the law and perpetuate violence will be brought to justice. They will be prosecuted, and there will be consequences for that kind of activity. The Department of Justice is here and has a presence in our Incident Command Center, as well as the DEA, the FBI, and their investigative teams have been fantastic with their leadership. And we also have the IRS here that's helping us track how these violent protesters are funded, what NGOs out there, what unions, what other individuals may be funding these violent perpetuators that are in these protests that take people who may be wanting to come and be peaceful, but instead turn these into very violent activities that go after law enforcement. That's just simply not acceptable. And I also want to thank our U.S. Marshals. They've been so great in helping us to secure facilities, but also operations, and also with transportation, that as soon as someone is arrested and brought into incarceration, that they are transported out and able to face prosecution and the consequences for their crimes. I want people to know that while these officers and these agencies and our military are here doing this work and these operations, that the people across this country are so grateful. They are so grateful for the work that is being done here in Los Angeles. They are setting an example for what is happening across the country in other cities, and putting together a model and a blueprint for how we can continue to work to make every single community great again and safe again for our kids and for our grandkids far into the future. I've been in many different states with all the different components that I represent over the last 4 or 5 days, and everywhere I go, people stop me and say, tell everybody who's working in Los Angeles that is working to bring safety to those city streets and to those families and protect those small business, tell them thank you. Tell them God bless you, that I hope that they are safe and they have been suffering. The people that live here under the policies of Governor Newsom and under the policies of Mayor Bass, and they recognize that it's a huge disservice to the people who have to try to raise their families here, and that these agents and that these law enforcement officers are working to change that and give them an opportunity to be successful and to live the American dream. Listen, many officers have been assaulted over the last several days. We did see before that assaults against law enforcement and ICE officers go up over 400%. In this situation, we've seen that increase even more. It's not acceptable. If you assault a law enforcement officer, we are going to come after you and we are going to arrest you, prosecute you, and put you away. That is not going to work. And under this administration with President Trump's leadership, one person is not better than another. Just because you think you're here as a citizen citizen or because you're a member of a certain group or you're not a citizen, it doesn't mean that you're going to be protected and not face consequences from the laws that this country stands for. We have a constitution. We follow that constitution and the laws that have been passed by our Congress, and we're going to make sure they are equally applied to every single person as it applies under the Constitution here in Los Angeles, but also across the country. As our law enforcement officers have been assaulted, they've been pelted with rocks and bricks. Their cars have been set on fire. Molotov cocktails have been used. We have seen people throw bottles and hammers at them. We've also seen that they have been attacked and verbally spit on or punched or assaulted, and it's just not acceptable. The Department of Homeland Security and the officers and the agencies and the departments and the military people that are working on this operation will continue to sustain and increase our operations in this city. We are not going away. We are staying here to liberate this city from the socialist and the burdensome leadership that this governor and that this mayor have placed on this country and what they have tried to insert into this city. So I want to say thank you to every single person that has been able to do this. Also, I want to talk specifically to the rioters and to the politicians in Los Angeles.
Half a dozen violent criminals that you're rotating on your
I also want to talk about specifically how many of our ICE agents have been doxxed for doing their duty, how they have been targeted, and how their families have been put in jeopardy, and that we're not going to allow that anymore as well. That those individuals who are purposely endangering our ICE agents and our law enforcement officers and their families will be prosecuted for what they are doing as far as perpetuating violence on them. I want to know that the American people are grateful for our law enforcement officers. We will always respect them, and that President Trump is thankful for the leadership that has been shown by all of these agencies. In fact, President Trump did call in, and I did visit with him today, and he also visited with all of these agencies here this morning and thanked them for what they are doing to make sure that they are protecting the United States of America. The images that we've seen out of Los Angeles the last several days has simply been un-American by the protesters and the violence that we've seen perpetuated. Masked thugs are assaulting police officers. They're setting vehicles on fire. They're waving foreign flags on American soil while burning American flags, and they've damaged public property and destroyed private businesses. We need to make sure that we are continuing to protect the citizens that live here and want this community to be safe. Let me give you just a few examples of those who have been rioting that many politicians like Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass are defending. There was a Vietnamese illegal alien who committed a mass shooting at a graduation party in 1994 that we've been able to take off the streets. A Filipino illegal alien that was convicted of an assault with intent to commit rape that we've been able to bring up into custody and incarceration. You see behind you some more profiles of individuals that have brought into custody through the operations we have here. A Mexican illegal alien convicted of willfully cruelty to a child, and on and on and on. Those individuals and those criminals are now off the streets of Los Angeles because of the activities that have been conducted here in the last several days and will continue to operate for days to come. When these riots first began on Friday night, a federal law enforcement building was surrounded by over 1,000 violent rioters, and it took Los Angeles Police Department 2 hours to respond. So we are going to continue to operate with our federal partners and continue to keep asking the governor and the mayor for their support and their backup in these operations to make sure that all of our law enforcement officers are protected while they do their work. We're going to protect American cities from lawlessness, and we'll do what it takes to put the American citizens first and make sure they have the opportunity to sleep safely in their beds at night. I just want to say God bless all of our men and women of the military that serve, all of those who serve in our law enforcement agencies and in public service that make great sacrifices away from their homes and from their families, but they do it because they believe in America, and they believe in freedom, and they believe in law and order, and that is what we are doing right here today, and we'll continue to do for days to come until Los Angeles once again is at peace. So with that, we'll turn it over to our next speaker, which I believe will be Todd Lyons from ICE.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I'm Todd Lyons. I'm the acting ICE director. Also, I'm the National Incident Commander for the situation. But I would just like to say thank you to Secretary Noem. She said it best. There's really not much more I can say. It's without her leadership that we wouldn't be out here conducting this mission. President Trump fully has our back on this one, and we're doing the will of the American people. I want to thank the brave men and women of ICE, HSI, ERO, our attorneys with the Office of Public Legal Counsel, because without them, this would not be possible. They put their lives on the line every day. You also see my fellow agency heads here with me and many that are not up here on stage. The men and women of law enforcement have been putting themselves in harm's way every night since we've been here in Los Angeles. What we've done here is taken a whole government approach for this immigration mission. You know, under the last administration, there was millions upon millions of people that we don't know who came into this country. They were let in, that now have turned violent criminals. Also, we have known suspected terrorists and gang members. Since January 20th, we've been making arrests in Los Angeles and all around the country. But specifically, we've focused on gang members, human traffickers, violent drug dealers, and rapists. You know, the Secretary brought it up. You know, the rhetoric of a lot of elected officials and people, what really caused this. We've heard so much. If ICE had a criminal warrant, if ICE had a judicial warrant, cities would cooperate with us. On this past Friday, you saw that. You saw the men and women of ICE and these other DOJ partners executing a criminal warrant on a criminal immigration enforcement case. Yet the city turned against us and we had violent protesters. And that just won't happen because the men and women of ICE won't be deterred by this. We're going to be out there every day conducting our law enforcement mission. No protesters are going to block our way because the brave men and women of ICE and these DOJ partners you see up here, along with our partners with the Los Angeles Police Department, are going to ensure that we handle these protesters, but we are out there safely conducting these operations, and we will get the worst off the street. And I also like to thank the Department of Defense and National Guard who has come here to assist us on that. You know, we will prosecute all of these cases. Just, you know, the Secretary highlighted so many, you see them up here. But we have a wanted man from Mexico who fled and hid in Los Angeles for killing a woman. You have an MS-13 gang member who killed 2 individuals during a botched catalytic converter theft ring case. These aren't the individuals you want in Los Angeles. These aren't the individuals you want in the United States. ICE is going to keep doing their job, and we're going to do it to the best of our ability with our DOJ partners. But with the Secretary's leadership and the full support of the U.S. Attorney to prosecute these criminals, we will continue enforcing the immigration mission that President Trump and the American people expect us to do. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to the FBI.
Thank you, sir. Good morning. My name is Akil Davis. I'm the Assistant Director in charge of FBI Los Angeles. As you know, the FBI has been assisting the Department of Homeland Security with immigration enforcement since February. We're just one of many field offices doing this nationwide as directed by the Attorney General, and we're accustomed to providing investigative and technical assistance to law enforcement at all levels on a regular basis. We have agents embedded with our operational teams with DHS. Our help vary depending on what DHS needs, and they let us know moment by moment. We have significant tactical resources across the enterprise here throughout our 7-county AOR to assist and support these efforts. That said, we find ourselves defending operations from violent offenders. The FBI safeguards constitutionally protected rights. We investigate civil rights violations on a daily basis, but some activity keeps taking place among righteous protesters is not civil. It's violent. We're going to investigate allegations of violence, whether it's assault on law enforcement officers or civilians, looting, arson, doxing, or damage to public property. So please, I'm asking the community, do not put your life in jeopardy by hurting someone or destroying property. You will be held accountable by the FBI, and it's not worth it. I'd like to highlight 2 cases for you to show what the FBI's line of effort is in this overall DHS-led operation. Elpidio Reyna is a fugitive. He is wanted for the alleged assault of a federal officer in the city of Paramount in California on June 7th, 2025. Reyna allegedly threw rocks at law enforcement vehicles on Alondra Boulevard in Paramount and injured a federal officer. Reyna is 40 years old, weighs around 165 pounds, and is 5'7". Reyna has a tattoo on his left arm with the word Carmen on it. We have photos of him on display. Reyna will be caught, and when he is, he will face a statutory maximum penalty of 8 years in prison. This is such a priority for the United States government that there is a reward of up to $50,000 for information leading to his arrest. Let me repeat that, $50,000 for information leading to his arrest. The second case I'd like to highlight is on a subject named Alejandro Oriana. Alejandro was providing masks and face shields to violent rioters throughout the week and was arrested by our SWAT teams this morning. With the success and appreciation and assistance from the United States Attorney's Office, that case is ongoing, but Oriana is in custody as we speak. If you have information or evidence of violent acts, please either call 1-800-CALL-FBI, visit tips.fbi.gov, or send images or video to our digital tip line at fbi.gov/LA office assault. Thank you, and I will now turn it over to Chief Bovino, United States Border Patrol. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, sir. Good morning. I'm Greg Bovino, Chief Patrol Agent of the El Centro Border Patrol Sector and Lead Federal Coordinator for Customs and Border Protection entities here in Los Angeles. Entities include U.S. Border Patrol, Office of Field Operations, and CBP Air and Marine. We have several hundred agents and officers here in Los Angeles right now as we speak. Our primary mission here in Los Angeles revolves around Title 8 United States Code. Let me say that again, Title 8 United States Code. Those are our immigration statutes. If you look behind us at these pictures on the wall, immigration's not a victimless crime. A lot of bad people, a lot of bad things are in our country now, including Los Angeles. For Customs and Border Protection, that's why we're here right now, is to remove those bad people and bad things, whether they're illegal aliens, drugs, or otherwise. We're here and we're not going away. Border Patrol, Office of Field Operations, and Air and Marine, you'll see us in Los Angeles. You'll continue to see us in Los Angeles, not going anywhere soon. As for the violence and the demonstrators, violence will not deter us, the CBP mission here in Los Angeles. I believe we saw that last Sunday night out at Paramount. We continued to conduct our patrols as we saw necessary in the middle of that riot. And we'll continue to do that from here on out. Our allied law enforcement agencies, many of whom you've already heard from, whether it's HSI, ERO, FBI, ATF, and all others, join with us as we conduct that Title 8 mission. Very historic. First time I've ever seen it in my almost 30-year career. It's actually breathtaking. Many millions of illegal aliens have passed across that border over the past several years. It's our job to get them out. And that's what we are going to do, and that's what we're doing right now. Thank you.
And coming up after the break, we'll take you out to the remainder of these remarks. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Let's quickly take you out to Southern California to hear the remainder of this event.
Good morning. My name's Kenny Cooper. I'm a special agent in charge, ATF, LA Field Division. The Department of Justice will not be deterred from enforcing this nation's laws. ATF is on the ground doing what we do best, fighting violent crime and protecting our communities regardless of the environment around us. Our agents are trained to operate in high-threat, high-tension situations. When federal authorities move to execute court-authorized warrants, we support that mission with professionalism, precision, and resolve. ATF stands shoulder to shoulder with our federal partners in this whole of government approach. ATF stands also shoulder to shoulder, including to carry out our immigration enforcement mission. If a criminal threat intersects with that mission, we bring our full capacities to the table. Let's be clear, obstructing a lawful federal operation, especially through violence or threats, is not protective activity. It's a crime. And those who cross that line will be held to account. We don't get to pick and choose when to enforce the law. Our job is to uphold it, always. ATF will continue to pursue violent offenders, support our partners, and keep doing the hard work this public demands. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Bill Asaley, the United States Attorney for the Central District of California. On behalf of my office and the Department of Justice, I'm here to show our support and our collaboration with the Department of Homeland Security in their mission to protect the American people and to do immigration enforcement operations, specifically at targeted known criminals, which is the primary focus of most of our missions to date. I want to also thank the National Guard and the military. We had judicial warrants to do what we did on both Friday and Saturday. And the amount of resistance and organized agitators that showed up to try to impede us was overwhelming. And we're really grateful to the president for deploying the Guard, which allowed us to continue our mission undeterred, to enforce the law and to keep our people and our buildings safe. And that's really important. And my office has been aggressive in bringing charges. We charged several people over the weekend who dared to assault our agents. They threw rocks, they threw stones, they were breaking up concrete. It was out of control and it was violent. And some people in the state of California have been conditioned to think that there's no consequences for criminal activity. And you know, that might be true for the state of California, but it's not true with the federal government. And we will bring charges and you will go to federal prison. This is the federal government. This is not the state government. As the president said, if you spit, we hit, and we'll hit you with a felony. And we're committed to that. We're continuing to conduct, we're looking at hundreds of suspects. We're collecting media, social media, videos. We'll be combing over that stuff for weeks and months with the FBI. And just because you think you got away with something over the weekend, think again. In a few months from now, you could get a knock at your door. So anyone who's thinking about showing up to these protests to commit violence, I really caution you to think again. It's not worth it. We charged 2 individuals yesterday with throwing Molotov cocktails at police officers. That is extremely dangerous and could lead to death. They're now looking at explosives charges charged by the federal government and more charges to come. So I just want to reiterate that we will be aggressive, we will be filing, and we will be swift in our deliverance of justice. And I want to thank our partners at the FBI and the ATF and DHS and all our agencies for their hard work. It has not been easy. They've been working around the clock, but they're undeterred. And I can tell you, speaking to them, they are more committed than ever to delivering on the promise of the president to make America safe again. And we need that in California, probably more than anywhere else. So with that, I thank you very much.
Thank you, Bill. I appreciate that, and everyone for their comments. And with that, we're going to open it up to questions, but we're going to keep it specifically to questions that pertain to this topic and some of the operations that are ongoing here in Los Angeles and how we will sustain and build on those operations in the future. So do you want to go first?
Matt Rivers,
yes.
ABC News.
Yes.
a question for you about future planning. We know that there's more protests planned for this weekend.
Yes.
Is DHS actively planning on requesting more assistance from DoD, more troops, given those protests that are coming? Is this the administration's new playbook?
You know, what I would say is that I'm not going to telegraph exact statistics and numbers and what we are doing as far as participation with the military, but we do have several thousand engaged here in Los Angeles right now. We are assessing this weekend's threat levels, not just here, but in cities across the country, and pre-deploying assets. So we're using every tool that we have in our toolbox and pre-staging people, task forces, special swift response teams, people with specific gifts and talents that they can contribute to areas that we think they may be needed this weekend, so that we can prevent any kind of violence from being perpetuated.
But it's on the table, the idea of bringing more troops.
You know, I would say the president has the right to utilize every authority that he has under the Constitution to.
Idea of bringing more troops.
You know, I would say the president has the right to utilize every authority that he has under the Constitution to utilize Title X and to bring in military assets and National Guard units as needed, and he'll continue to assess that and use his prerogative to decide when it's necessary. Yeah.
Madam Secretary, you had previously asked the Defense Secretary to direct troops to arrest people. Is that something you'd still like to see?
You know, I think what I had talked was a conversation with the Department of Defense to ask them to use the authorities that they have in conjunction with the president to make sure that there's consequences for people who perpetuate violence. So that is what the assessment is, and they're being utilized to the fullest extent to which the president wishes to at this point in time. And I'm so thankful we have a U.S. attorney and a Department of Justice that is going out there and prosecuting these crimes as well. That's something that was very different under the Biden administration, that is a game changer now. We have a president now that believes in the rule of law and that is going to make sure that when people break the law, no matter who you are, that you will be prosecuted and you will be brought to justice. Yes, sir.
Madam Secretary,
yes.
Salvador Duran with the Innovation Network.
Yep.
Two questions for you. The first one is, do you have an estimated number of people that have been detained and deported? And the second question I have to ask you, would you please address Senator Padilla's interruption to your press conference?
You know, I'm not.
Yeah. Even pressing charges for what we just witnessed here.
Oh, you know what? I don't even know the senator. He did not request a meeting with me or to speak with me. So when I leave here, I'll have a conversation with him and visit and find out really what his concerns were. I think everybody in America would agree that that wasn't appropriate. That if you wanted to have a civil discussion, especially as a leader, a public official, that you would reach out and try to have a conversation. For instance, I have left voicemails for Governor Newsom wanting to have a conversation. Has he returned them? No, he hasn't. I know that the White House has reached out and had conversations with Mayor Bass as well. And so that's what you do to try to start these conversations and ask for partnerships. Unfortunately, we haven't met that in this area. I'll visit with the senator and find out really what his concerns are and what we can do.
And as far as the estimate number of people that have...
You know, what I would say is that we have over 1,500 people that we have been interdicting with, arresting for different situations, and we will continue to build on that. That's been just over the last few days. Know that we have more assets now today than we did yesterday. We had more yesterday than we did the day before, so we are only building momentum. This is only going to continue and be increased until we have peace on the streets of Los Angeles. The president has told me, Christy, use everything that we have to make sure that the citizens of Los Angeles know that we care about them, that they have lived with crime for far too long, and that we want them to be able to walk their children to school in the morning and feel safe. We want them to, small businesses downtown, to not have to worry about getting burned to the ground because some organized crime nonprofit funder is deciding that now is the time to send a political message or an agenda. So we're going to stay here and build our operations until we make sure that we liberate the city of Los Angeles. Yes, back there. I'm going to do two more if that's okay. Go ahead.
Can you talk a little bit about the specific number in terms of immigration-related arrests that you made, both daily and you know, in LA specifically?
Well, we literally have tens of thousands of targets. So I think that's what's more important. People should know that there are millions of people that are in this city illegally. and that we have, I would say, thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of targets that we will be going after. And remember, this president has repeatedly said that he's going after criminals and the worst of the worst. And we're going after people that are in work sites that are trafficking drugs, that are trafficking human beings. We're DNA testing children, because many times when you see people claiming that their family members or the children they have with them that are theirs, many times when we DNA test them, they're not. They're really peddling our children, and they have human slavery going on, child trafficking, pedophilia. So we are going after those individuals that we have intelligence on, and we will continue to only build on that. And yes, I'm sorry to get to you right away.
There is some rhetoric out there that some of the people who have been detained, arrested, in detention are not criminals or do not have a criminal history. Can you address that? There's a lot of rhetoric out there that claims...
Well, there's a lot of rhetoric and there's a lot of false information and a lot of fake news. So I'd appreciate it if you guys would start covering the facts. And we'll get you all that information that we possibly can. Now, there may be people that because of the targets that we were out there arresting, that were with those individuals, they were collaterals that were spending time with them, and all those people will be vetted. And remembering, still in the United States, if you come into this country illegally, you have committed a crime. And so when you do that, we have to go through and follow the law and make sure that we're adjudicating that and dealing with that appropriately. So the president's targets and priorities are the criminals that have perpetuated violence. But also, once again, I'm going to remind everybody, you have the opportunity to self-deport. We will buy you a plane ticket. We will give you $1,000 when you land in your home country or if you go home to Mexico, and then we will get you scheduled so that you can come back to this country legally. You will have the opportunity to come back to the United States of America. If you don't do that and you wait until we come and arrest you and have to remove you, you will never get the chance to come and live in the United States of America again. The president has been clear on this. So I'd encourage you to get on the CBP Home app, and you can self-deport today, and we will facilitate that. You can take your entire family with you, people and your loved ones, and we will facilitate you coming to this country correctly. Everybody has the opportunity to do that. If you wait until we have to arrest you, you will never get to be an American, much less live here and work here and be able to pursue the American dream. Last question.
Madam Secretary, Alejandro Ortiz with Telemundo 52.
Yes.
You just said that you go after the worst of the worst. But we've seen ICE arresting immigrants in front of their court hearings when they go to their annual immigration check-ins, even if they're going
and remember,
through the
these are people.
process. Are we sending a message as a country that people, even with no criminal record, and that they're taking the legal correct path, are not safe from
If they took the
detention?
legal correct path, they would have come here legally. They wouldn't have come into our country illegally. Second of all,
Some of them
they
are
have final
criminals. They have
removal
come
orders.
here and
They have
maybe
final.
overstayed their visa.
They have final
And that's
removal
criminal.
orders, and we're
That's
following.
That's a civil offense, but not a criminal record.
It is actually under the acts that the president has invoked through his executive orders. It actually is a criminal offense. And so one of the things that we need to remember is that when you're going out there and talking about what is happening with individuals who are in this country illegally, is that they have the opportunity every single day to return back home, and we will work with them and facilitate that and work with their families. But if they choose to wait back and to not make that decision today, then they are subject to this type of operation that will target those that have criminal activity and backgrounds and perpetuators of violence first. Those are our targets. But we are going to make sure that we're bringing peace back to the city of Los Angeles.
Attorney. She told me she has hundreds of cases of people coming in asking for asylum. They go to their immigration check-in.
So my only question to you, I'd say a question back to you is,
right of their due process.
which laws in the United States should be enforced and which ones shouldn't? I mean, my job, here's the deal, guys. My job is not to pick and choose which laws we enforce and which ones we don't. We have laws in this country, and they matter. If you want the law changed, go to Congress. When's the last time you went to Capitol Hill and told your senator or representative to change it? That's what they need to do. This is the perfect time for Congress to make a decision on how they want people in this country to be able to have an opportunity to come here legally and to fix this. We, as law enforcement officers and as a national security department and agency, my job is to uphold the law, and that's what I will continue to do. Yes, sir, I'm going to finish with you. And I kind of like the Bass Pro hat, too, so I'm going to go here, and then I'm going to go to you. So go ahead. Yes.
Is this unique to Los Angeles?
Nope, these operations... I will say these operations have been much more difficult because of Los Angeles and California's sanctuary policies. SB 54 has been difficult for us, and we don't have the backup of your local law enforcement. That's put our officers in danger. In fact, even this morning, we had Highway Patrol that we were working with. I was talking to officers. They were so happy that we were here, and they were grateful that we were here interdicting with these criminals. And then the governor found out that I was here, and he pulled them off of me and told him to go back home and to not cooperate with us anymore. So if you don't think your governor's being political, he gets up every single day and the first hat he puts on is the political one, and then he makes a decision that's best for him and his family, and then he makes a decision that's best for what his future is, and then maybe 10 or 15 steps down the line, he'll decide what's best for his people. That's what your governor does. Next, I'm going to come to you.
Thank you, Ms. Secretary. Can you talk about the potential change in policy with President Trump talking about maybe suggesting exemption for longstanding farm workers and hotel workers?
Yeah, I think the president recognizes that we have some Department of Labor regulations and laws that we can utilize in certain situations, and he and I have discussed this at length and with other cabinet officials, and the president and I will continue to look at that and evaluate what we can do as far as individuals and facilitating a workforce in this country that we know are people who want to be here legally, what the consequences are for them breaking the law, because everybody, when they break the law, there has to be consequences, but what we can do to facilitate making sure that those who really do love the United States of America have the opportunity at some point to live here and to be a part of our future and to be a part of this country and our economy and the dream of raising their children here. All right. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. I've been traveling around Los Angeles all morning. I saw a lot of graffiti, a lot of destruction. I saw quite a bit of where we saw some of the activity. We were staying close to downtown where we were last night. It was very interesting to me. I would have preferred to have gotten into some areas that I know I was respecting the curfew because I landed after midnight and then we left the hotel this morning before 5 a.m., around 5 a.m. So, but some of those areas that we were able to see, it makes me sad. This is a phenomenal state, and this is such a beautiful city. So and people dream. But you only saw downtown since you've been. No, I've been driving. I mean, we've been in the car most of the morning doing different operations and out with our agents. But I mean, are you not? Don't you want your downtown to be beautiful?
No, I just wanted to know.
I would say.
To know your impression of
yeah.
What you've seen if it was only downtown.
Yeah.
Or you've seen other parts of.
No, I mean, I've been here many times before. I've been, but as far as this trip, we've been out on operations with law enforcement officers, and so we've covered quite a bit of territory. And I'll still be here doing different things in different areas. But I would say that everybody should want their downtown. And if you're a business owner in a downtown, if you're a family that lives there, you want it to be safe and you want it to be beautiful and somewhere people want to come. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everybody.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you. We will take any follow-ups later. Thank you.
You bet.
And we'll continue to follow the latest on anti-ICE demonstrations in Los Angeles and around the country. I'm Andy Mack. We're back after this.
Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. Let's now listen in as California's Governor Gavin Newsom is making remarks after a federal judge ruled that President Trump must give control of California's National Guard back to the governor.
Thanks, everybody, for taking the time to be here. We just had a chance to review the 36-page order from Justice Breyer. I'm gratified by the order, by his decision. Today was really about a test of democracy. And today we passed the test. We, the people, passed the test. I was just 48 hours ago giving a speech, almost to the minute, talking about some of the enduring principles of our founding fathers, who in response to monarchy, in response to King George, set out to frame a new construct to elevate and support individual freedom, liberty. They created a system of checks and balances, a separation of power, co-equal branches of government. Framework took the best of Greek democracy and the Roman Republic, and it has stood the test of time. Donald Trump has tested the limits of that and has done so consistently. But today's order makes clear that he is not above or beyond constitutional constraints. Constitution sets forth limits. The president is a constitutional officer. The president of the United States works under the Constitution. And so we are very gratified by this decision. His section that he asserted the authority to overrule the objections of a state governor. Clearly, in the 36-page order, those cornerstones that he claimed or asserted were not met. Section 12-406, clearly there's no invasion, there's no rebellion. It's absurd. And so we're gratified. Today is a big day for the Constitution of the United States, for our democracy. And I hope it's the beginning of a new day in this country where we push back against overreach. We push back against these authoritarian tendencies of a president that has pushed the boundaries, pushed the limit, but no longer can push this state around any longer. Happy to take any questions.
Governor, you speech the other night, what you thought of Alex Padilla's situation this morning?
Well, I hope we look at what happened to Senator Padilla not through the blue or red lens, but through your own set of eyes. And just tell me that that's right. Here's the United States Senator in his home state, in a federal building, in his office building, that wishes to join a press conference, not dissimilar to this, and express himself by simply asking a question, and was handcuffed, was thrown down to the ground, the United States Senator. And anyone that knows Alex Padilla knows one thing about Alex Padilla. He's one of the most mild-mannered, decent people you'll meet. And that's not, don't just take my word for it. Folks on the other side of the aisle would acknowledge that. I thought it was a disgrace.
Governor, what will happen tomorrow at noon?
I want to make this clear. The National Guard will come back under my authority by noon tomorrow. The National Guard will be redeployed to what they were doing before Donald Trump commandeered them. The National Guard will go back to border security, working on counter-drug enforcement and fentanyl enforcement, which they were taken off by Donald Trump. The National Guard will go back to working on what we refer to as the rattlesnake teams, doing vegetation and forest management, which Donald Trump took them off in preparation for wildfire season. The National Guard, men and women, will go back to their day jobs, which include law enforcement, that he took them off the job. Just want you to all absorb what I just said. By the way, you don't have to absorb it. You'll have an opportunity to review that in the 36-page order from Justice Breyer that laid that out. And they'll come back under the rightful command of the governor of the state of California.
Governor, what about the president will honor those orders? To demonstrate on Saturday
respond to this military event?
Do it peacefully. It's a vulgar display. It's the kind of thing you see Kim Jong-un, you see it Putin, you see it with dictators around the world that are weak and just want to demonstrate strength. Weakness masquerading as strength. To fet the dear leader on his birthday, what an embarrassment. Honestly, that's about as small as it gets. How weak do you have to be to commandeer the military to fet you on your birthday in a vulgar display of weakness? That's Donald Trump.
Governor, you warned other states in your address the other night. What are the messages and conversations you've been having with those blue state leaders?
Well, these governors have all been waiting for this decision. I haven't had a chance to talk to any governors. And by the way, every Republican governor. I remember one of them by the name of Kristi Noem, who just a few months ago was on there with one of the spokespeople for the Trump administration, Sean Hannity, and was going on and on and on about a rumor that somehow former President Biden was going to federalize her national troop. And she stood there talking about freedom and federalism, the 10th Amendment. And here she is, her folks throwing the United States Senator from the great state of California on the ground and handcuffing him in his office building in 2025.
Governor, what about the Marines? Were you disappointed that Judge Breyer didn't address that issue? Is that something that you expect to develop?
Well, there's been a lot of rhetoric from Pete Hegseth, that's his name, that they've quote unquote been deployed, but it doesn't appear they have been. But they were making you believe that. And so I think the judge was waiting for the evidence that they actually have been deployed into Los Angeles, which they appear not to be. Of course, they're not coordinating with anybody on this. So he's just waiting for that evidence. Obviously, they moved to another location for training exercises. But there's the bottom line. The police do policing. Military, for the battlefield. The idea that these unbelievably brave young men and women that I work with, that we have had the benefit of their extraordinary contribution all across this state. I gave you 3 examples. What more evidence do we need of the work they did during the wildfires in Los Angeles and all the work they did to secure locations and keep property and personal lives safe over the course of the last few months? These folks are now being commandeered to do ICE raids. You've seen the photographs. That ends tomorrow at noon. And the notion that the United States active duty Marines, these heroes, would be used to militarize the streets of an American city is an abomination. Founding fathers did not live and die to see that happen in this country for no reason whatsoever than vanity, theater, to instill fear, to incite a response. So I'm very hopeful this order puts that in perspective, and hopefully Donald Trump will immediately back down. The courts have ruled on the guard. They will be back under my command, and he'll be relieved. Donald Trump will be relieved of his command at noon tomorrow.
On that, Donald Trump, are you hearing that the President and Secretary Hegseth will honor this order? And then you've also mentioned that you would try to work with the President in the past.
Of course.
Has this situation changed your dynamic with the
No,
President?
because I will work with anyone to advance the interests of 40 million Americans that I happen to represent here in California. And so I've always maintained an open hand, not a closed fist. But I also am going to stand firm and tall and push back against lawlessness, against someone that does not believe in the rule of law, does not believe in constraints, does not believe in the Constitution, who is threatening judges, that threatens not to abide by orders, and Donald Trump better abide by these orders, or we have a constitutional crisis. likes of which we haven't seen in our lifetime.
What if he doesn't just...
Well, that will be determined by fate and future, but also fundamentally by whatever decision he makes. That's how things break down. It's a federal judge with a federal order. Period, full stop. It's the rule of law. These are the foundational principles of a constitutional democracy. He must work under the constraints as a constitutional officer of the Constitution of the United States of America. That's what this court order demands of the President of the United States. He is not a monarch, he is not a king, and he should stop acting like one.
Governor, when's the last time you spoke to the president?
I spoke to him on Friday night. He had a mysterious conversation with me 3 days later. You can't even make this stuff up. Oh, I would love to share the readout, but I revere the Office of Presidency, so I'll keep it in confidence. He has quite literally made up components of that conversation. He's been a stone-cold liar about what he said we talked about. He never discussed the National Guard, period, full stop. I would love to share with you what he actually talked about. It would send shivers up your spine.
Attorneys for the government those days seem to imply that Friday call, that you might have been aware that this was coming, or can you...
There was an 8th grader on Baltimore Street in Corte Madera that used to call me that. And the reference to the National Guard being commandeered in that same tweet. That's how I learned about it.
Governor, are you confident this ruling will stand on appeal, especially if it gets to the Supreme Court?
Well, I'm confident in the rule of law. I'm confident in the Constitution of the United States. I'm confident in the wisdom and judgment of a very well-respected federal judge. And I'm confident on the basis of the review of the 36 pages, absolutely, it will stand.
Governor, does this order go even further than you expected? I think fewer attorneys had asked for them to simply be restricted to federal buildings.
I'll just say we're extraordinarily pleased by the 36-page ruling of Justice Breyer.
Can you speak to some of the journalists who have been, about some of the journalists in LA who have been hit with rubber bullets or...
Well, there's 2 investigations. The one we initiated with the California Highway Patrol, and there's one that has been initiated independent by the LAPD. And people should feel safe. Reporters absolutely should feel safe. And we'll get to the bottom of it. I don't want to prejudge, but I'm concerned about them. That's why we advanced the investigations.
Governor, today in San Francisco, immigration attorneys tell us that there were 3 additional folks who were detained while heading into the ICE court offices on Samsung. This is some of just many detentions we've seen at courthouses and immigration offices in the Bay Area around the state. And many of these people, their attorneys are telling us they've complicated technical cases. What are your thoughts about seeing these detentions occurring in your communities around California?
Well, he's on, let's just dispense. This is not about criminals. If it's about criminals, got no beef with me. We want to secure our border. We need comprehensive immigration reform. We need a pathway to citizenship for people being here 10, 15, 20 years, contributing, paying their taxes, being remarkable members of our community. But that's not what this is about. I was in Oxnard, California, and Ventura County yesterday, met with 3 people directly impacted by indiscriminate raids. I met a 12-year-old boy in 6th grade, weeping, crying, tears pouring down his face. His mother and father were both detained. They disappeared. He has no brothers, no sisters, no family. He quite literally is on his own, abandoned. That's Donald Trump's America. 20 plus years his mom and dad working in the same fields, doing the same packing and shipping. 20 plus years. They've disappeared. 12-year-old boy. You saw the images of ICE officers running through strawberry fields. CBP helicopters above. I met a woman, a single mother, who was walking out at 5:45 a.m. to get in her car. 7 agents surrounded her. They took her in a car, in essence kidnapping her, driving her around for almost 2 hours until she finally convinced the agent, because she has 3 young children, a 16-year-old, a 14-year-old, and an 8-year-old, that they needed to get to school, and there's no one to help them get to school. She was finally allowed to call her oldest daughter, who was interrogated by the agent and threatened. And they threatened her after they dropped her off, said, "We may be back." Terrorizing this single mother. No criminal record, no criminal background. I met another young woman whose husband has quite literally disappeared. No criminal record. She doesn't know what to do. She doesn't even know what happened. That was just yesterday. That's Donald Trump's America. Agricultural workers. Think about that when you have dinner tonight. Think about when you enjoy your first course. Have some fresh fruit, some fresh vegetables. Who provided those? Who supported you in that? Think about it when you go home and the construction around your property. Or maybe you're getting a remodel. Who's doing that work? Destroying not only the foundations of our democracy, the best, again, of the Roman Republic and Greek democracy, but now our economy is at risk because of the recklessness and the cruelty of Donald Trump, the indiscriminate cruelty of Donald Trump. Why else do you go to a 7-Eleven? Why else do you go to a nail salon? Why else do you just randomly show up in front of a hardware store? Why else? It's not about criminals. That's about creating chaos. And I do not believe the American people, the majority of the American people, support that. Quite the contrary. And so this decision was important because it's about constraints, it's about limits, it's about our democracy. And that's why we're very grateful by the order.
Thank you, everyone. What is the plan if President Trump does not abide by this order?
Well, I think the courts will. I think that's, look, I'm counting on these separations of power. It's the co-equal branches of government. Co-equal, Mr. President, branches of government. He's eliminated one, or they eliminated themselves. That's called Congress. Speaker Johnson, who his eloquence was elevated when he called to, quote unquote, tar and feather the governor of California. That's the speaker. Very religious man. I guess that's the spirit. The word, the Lord. He's abdicated any oversight and responsibility over the President of the United States. There's one branch remaining, and that's the judicial branch. So my response to you is we count on the judicial branch. But there's also, as I said, I ended that speech 48 hours ago. I said there's the most important office, and that's office of citizen. That's all of you. Stepping up, stepping in, and sharing your passion with action. Pushing back against this peacefully, and sharing your voice. And I think this weekend there will be millions and millions of Americans rightfully expressing their outrage, their constitutionally protected right to assemble and free speech, peacefully expressing that all across this country. I pray that's the case.
Governor, I know you said that you don't want to talk about the conversation you had with the president, but are there any details that you can tell us about?
No, not at this moment.
Governor, what do you look at the president today coming out and saying he wants to protect California farm workers from deportation, given what you...
This is what he does. He creates a problem, and then he tries to be a hero in his own Marvel movie. Did it on fill in a blank on almost every topic. Creates the problem, and then tries to do a make-believe as if you're all perfect little sheep, and you're going to go on with it to be the hero in his own Marvel movie. He initiated those raids. He significantly increased the scale and scope of those raids. That's why he wants the National Guard. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of guardsmen and women now being dispersed everywhere, sprinter vans, unmarked people.
these attacks, there's going to be a stronger reaction. And now, if we just juxtapose the extent to which they have gone in this very recent development, in this recent, let's say, strikes compared to the previous ones, the extent is unbelievably extreme. It contains a lot of targets, including civilian, military, and nuclear. And now we hear these strong statements from Iranians saying that they were trying a diplomatic trajectory in order to settle down the issues related to nuclear concerns of the nuclear program of the country. But right now, the situation has been fundamentally changed, and we are expecting a paradigmatic shift in the foreign policy, nuclear policy, and regional policy, and the entire courses of action that Iran is expected to conduct. We heard this statement from the army, very retaliatory actions that Iran is planning, and it is, according to Iranian officials, underway to deal with this situation. Also, the deputy commander of IRGC, who is most probably going to replace the former one who lost his life during this attack, said that there are going to be a crushing response in return to these strikes that happened. Also, we got defense minister of the country saying that Iran is prepared for years of war if that takes place, meaning that Tehran is getting prepared for a wide spectrum of, let's say, choices and possibilities and scenarios, and that could include a full-fledged, all-out war scenario, something that Iranians might not be that much interested, but still the situation is getting unexpectedly escalated, so that runs the risk of any possible scenario in that regard. Last but not the least, we have to refer to the statement that we heard from the Iranian Supreme Leader, saying that there is going to be a bitter destiny down the road for the Israelis after this strike happens.
Tawhid, thank you very much indeed for breaking that down for us. Tawhid Asadi there talking to us from Tehran. Well, Natanz is Iran's primary nuclear enrichment facility that houses both the commercial fuel and pilot fuel enrichment plant. The facility consists of 3 underground buildings and 6 above the ground. The UN nuclear watchdog monitors the nuclear material and enrichment equipment there. It says Iranian authorities have confirmed that radiation levels have not increased after the Israeli attack. Mohammed Al-Sami is a research fellow at Tehran University. He's joining us from there. So thank you very much indeed for being with us. Given the targets that have been hit, and interestingly perhaps the ones that the last we heard had not been hit, the focus certainly seems to have been on Natanz. How do you think this is going to impact Iran's nuclear program?
First of all, thank you so much for having me. I should say that after Netanyahu himself attacked Iran last year in 2024, there was a very serious debate in Iran regarding leaving the NPT, Non-Proliferation Treaty. So right now, I think that it will continue. The internal political parties will discuss about the consequences of this attack. And I should mention that this is not the result that Iran wanted from this technology. You know that Iran had signed JCPOA about 10 years ago, and the Americans withdrew from that deal. This time, Iranians were in a very, very serious negotiations with the Americans to find a political solution for this kind of conflict. But this time, again, Bibi Netanyahu sabotaged the possible deal. I think that Netanyahu last night went too far. This is international community's responsibility to think about these barbaric decisions by the Israeli regime. They should think about the consequences of this kind of attacks that will make problems not only for Iran, but also for all the region.
I want to ask you, in terms of the talks that we are expecting, or had been planned at least, to be held in Muscat, in Oman, between the US and an Iranian delegation with regard to the nuclear program. I understand that Iran is saying it is not now going to send a delegation to that. Is that, do you think, a suspension of the talks, or do you think that is the end of the talks?
I think that as the first step, Iran will respond to the Israeli attack. The Iranian will try to retaliate. And after that, if the Israelis want to continue the attack, it means that there's no window for any kind of diplomatic solutions. But if the Israelis do not respond to the Iranian attacks, I think that there would be another chance for resuming the talks between Iranian and Americans.
With regard to the targets that had been hit, I was just going through the list. The last that we were aware of, it seemed to be focused predominantly on Natanz, but there were certain other targets one might have anticipated would have been damaged and don't seem to be, including the Isfahan nuclear site, for example. Apparently it has not been impacted. There are a couple of other sites as well that are linked to enrichment. Do you think that there is a suggestion that is being made by some analysts that this is as much about Israel sending a message to Iran that it is capable of hitting targets such as Natanz, as it is about trying to, as I believe Benjamin Netanyahu referred to it, decapitating the nuclear program in Iran.
Yes, I agree with you that the Israelis wanted to send a message to the Iranian government, but it is interesting that they have attacked the monitored nuclear technology sites under the monitor of IAEA. They are not weapon-grade enrichment in Natanz, and it means that seems to me that the Israelis are trying to push the Iranians to do enrichment under the ground in the weapon-grade enrichment level. It is interesting for me. Yes, they didn't attack Isfahan, they didn't attack any other. We do have some kind of some nuclear sites inside Tehran. They didn't attack that site as well, and yes, they have sent a message. But the question is about the way that Iranians will think about the message. I think that from the Iranian point of view, it means that the Iranians should think much more seriously about their defense capabilities, and not also their defense capability, but also about their capabilities to attack their adversaries.
In terms of the defense capabilities, we were discussing earlier on about the level of intelligence that Israel seems to have gathered as a result of, ahead of these attacks. I understand that Mossad has said that it was able to put teams in place on the ground in order to be able to facilitate the targeting. That surely, I would imagine, is going to be something that Iran is going to be paying very close attention to.
Yes, there is another war, intelligence war between Iran and Israel for many years right now. So this was an attack by the Israelis, and they should wait for the Iranians to retaliate in terms of intelligence attack to the Israelis as well. So yes, it was shocking for the Iranians in terms of the persons that they have targeted very, very specifically. However, this was not a scenario that the Iranian military persons wouldn't think about it. It was a very, very possible scenarios. Even for sure in the recent as well to attack Israelis in terms of intelligence attack as well.
In terms of those that we know have been killed as a result of the attacks, which of course includes some senior
I do not recognize the secretary anymore. I don't know who she is. That is a complete lie. I have spoken to Senator
The
Berdia, and I just, want to
the
express
Iranian
my
authorities
concern.
say the Isfahan site's not been hit, and also the Bushehr nuclear power plant, for example, doesn't appear to have been hit either. What do you make of the fact that Natanz seems to have been singled out for this?
Well, because I think Natanz has been singled out because we know that the amount of highly enriched uranium, which Iran has developed over the course of the last months, has increased significantly. It is not enriched to the point of weapons grade yet, but it is getting closer. And that is of concern. It's getting up to about 60% enrichment. You need 90% in order to be able to use it for weapons. So Israel may have targeted Natanz in order to halt that enrichment process. However, it doesn't end the program. It doesn't destroy the program. This, if anything, is only going to spark that program to go further. It's not a helpful action in any way, as I think many of the speakers you've had here today have said. But what it's doing is it's going to inflame the region, and it's drawing in other regional actors who are at risk. And that's not useful. And hopefully, cooler heads will prevail and return to some negotiated processes to reduce this. But what happens at Natanz is that uranium enrichment process, and that once you have the enrichment, then you need to develop it into a warhead itself, which is what takes place in the other facilities, and that's not where Iran is yet.
Susie Snyder, Programme Coordinator at the International Campaign for Abolish Nuclear Programs. So thank you very much indeed for being with us, ma'am. Now, if you're just joining us, you're watching our breaking news coverage of Israeli strikes on Iranian nuclear and military facilities. Multiple sites across Iran have been hit. Top military and nuclear figures have been assassinated. Iran's responded with dozens of armed drones. Israel says it's been intercepting them from outside its territory. The UN nuclear watchdog says the Natanz nuclear site in Iran has been struck by Israel, but they've not observed any increase in radiation levels. Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei says Israel will receive harsh punishment. The U.S. Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, has warned against any retaliation by Iran on U.S. positions in the Middle East. The chief of Iran's Revolutionary Guard, Hossein Salami, has been killed in the strikes. A number of Iranian commanders and nuclear scientists are also understood to have been killed. In Iran's capital, Israel has struck residential buildings. Sources in Tehran say women and children have been injured. Israel's declared an emergency situation across the country. Iranian authorities have suspended flights at Tehran's international airport. Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has issued this statement. In it, he says, the Zionist regime opened its filthy and bloody hand to commit a crime in our beloved country and revealed its evil nature by striking residential centers more than in the past. He goes on to say that the Zionist regime has prepared a bitter and painful fate for itself and will definitely receive it. Toha Sari is joining us now from Tehran. Very strong words coming there from the leadership of Iran. Do we have any indication of what kind of response the leadership is planning longer term, perhaps in addition to the drone strikes or the drone attacks that we're seeing going on at the moment?
Well, it seems that the drone attacks is going to be just tip of the iceberg as you look at the statements coming from Iran, specifically from the Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who came out to say that there is going to be a strong retaliation down the road and Israelis are going to face a bitter destiny after what took place today, early in the morning at around 3 a.m. Now we see different statements coming from the different Iranian officials, including the Foreign Ministry, the IRGC, the army, and the Speaker of the Parliament. They are all putting emphasis on the fact that the country is going to retaliate. So speaking of the extent to which this retaliation is going to be, we don't have much details, but still, we know that if you look at what happened previously back in 2024 October, we saw this strike by Israelis, and then Iranians said that if they continue to conduct these sort of strikes, Iranian retaliatory response is going to be much stronger. This is one point, but the second point in this regard is that now the scope of this strike is unexpectedly extensive compared to the previous one. We see damages to different buildings. I was outside, I was watching and I was reporting on one of these buildings, which belongs to the university professors, in which Iranian top nuclear scientist Dr. Tehranchi was living, and he was assassinated in today's attacks alongside with his wife. That's what we know so far. And also the former deputy of the Organization for Iran's Atomic Energy, Amir Hassan Fiqhi, was assassinated. The former head also of that organization, Feridun Abbasi, who was a former member of the parliament, was also assassinated. And we've got other people, other nuclear scientists who lost their lives after these strikes. But this is not just about nuclear scientists. It goes beyond that to military officials. As you mentioned earlier, we had Hossein Salami, the head of the chief commander of IRGC, who was assassinated alongside, again, with other military officials. And the deputy commander of IRGC came out today to say that there is going to be a crushing response down the road. This is the echo of the same statement that we heard from the Iranian army, who said that based on the UN Charter, Iran is going to formulate an appropriate response to that. The defense minister of the country also said that Iran is prepared for years of confrontation. In that regard, also, we've got other Iranian officials, but the gist of the matter, if you look at all these statements, is that retaliation is going to be inevitable. We have reports coming in that Iran has already started a phase of its retaliation, but we are expecting much more to come. And that is done. There is also another point in this regard, which is the context in which Iran is located. Let's keep in mind that yesterday it was the Board of Governors of IAEA that adopted a resolution supported by the United States and E3 condemning Iran's nuclear program. All in all, the situation looks very intense, very complicated, and that runs the risk of further escalation in the future.
Tawhid, thank you for now. Tawhid Asadi there talking to us from Tehran. We're going to go to Noor Odeh. She's joining us from Amman. She's there because the Israeli government's banned Al Jazeera from reporting inside Israel and in the occupied West Bank. Last time we were speaking to you, Noor, you were talking about the sirens that have been going off in Amman as the Iranian drones are said to have been flying over the country towards Israel. Just bring us up to date with what's happening with that.
Yeah, well, the Jordanian Royal Air Force has been very clear in its statement that it will not allow any drones or missiles to cross over Jordanian airspace and jeopardize the safety of Jordanians. They have been downing missiles and drones over Jordan. In the meantime, of course, Israel is also set to be downing some of the 100 Iranian drones reportedly fired to get to Israel in the coming hour or so over Syrian and even Saudi Arabian airspace. A lot of reports we've been hearing in the past hour or so about the extent of damage that the Israeli attacks have caused. A lot of it reads a bit like science fiction. And the reason why we sometimes hesitate to report everything is that Israel has already said that in the days leading up to this attack, it carried out and it spread a lot of misinformation on purpose, spreading fake news, basically, misquoting and misrepresenting, for example, the conversation between Donald Trump and Netanyahu, sending out signals that are quite conflicting in order to send mixed signals to Israel, this by the admission of the Israelis. Right now, there are claims that Israel has destroyed the air defenses and many of the rocket launchers of the ballistic missiles in Iran. We don't know how to verify that. We don't know the veracity of those claims precisely because Israel has already admitted to using misinformation as part of its tactic of war. But certainly what we can ascertain is that these five ways of attacks were extensive, were unprecedented, not just in the number of high-ranking officials and scientists that were assassinated, but certainly in the number of cities and targets that were hit in Iran, not just in Tehran, but in main cities as well, targeting military facilities and nuclear facilities, really with a very clear intention to, as the Israeli Prime Minister said, decapitate the ability of Iran to have a nuclear program or to have those ballistic missiles, which he compared in their significance and their perceived threat to Israel to the nuclear program and the possibility of having nuclear weapons, Rob.
Noor in Amman. Noor, thank you very much indeed. I want to go to Ori Goldberg. He's an Israeli political commentator. He's joining me from Tel Aviv. Good to have you with us, Ori. Israel's President Isaac Herzog is quoted as saying the attack was launched to, quote, neutralize an immediate and existential threat. There is, of course, pushback from Iran saying that there was no suggestion that this was an immediate threat. What do you make of the timing of this attack?
I tend to accept the Iranian version. There was no sign, not even in the IAEA report, that suggested any kind of imminent or existential threat. I believe that the timing had much to do with Israel coming to the realization that it had run out of options when it came to its campaign in Gaza, and that the international community was sooner rather than later preparing to shift momentum and crack down, I don't know if hard, but certainly much harder than before on Israeli actions in Gaza. I think that is what prompted this attack in Iran. Certainly it was planned a long time ago. Certainly the plans were elaborate, but I doubt very much that this was the product of a prolonged or sophisticated misdirection played out with the Trump administration. That doesn't seem like the Trump administration. It doesn't fit the pattern of a very strange relationship between Trump and Netanyahu. I don't think this was the case. I think Israel, in striking Iran as it has shown tactical dominance, but it has also shown despair and weakness.
I want to talk a little bit more about the motivation for the timing of the attack. Now, we understand, of course, that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu survived a vote to dissolve Israel's parliament just in the last couple of days. How much do you think domestic politics is factoring into when this attack took place?
I think that as far as Netanyahu is concerned, there's no longer any difference between domestic and foreign politics. So his domestic issues certainly played a major part. I think Netanyahu was prepared to win this potential vote of no confidence. But I think Netanyahu is thinking for the long term. I think he sees himself as remaining prime minister when the Israeli parliament convenes again in about 2 months. And I think he's also thinking forward to the next election. He sees himself as the only possible leader of Israel. And I think he genuinely believes that without himself at the helm, Israel is looking at very, very dire straits.
Ori Goldberg's an Israeli political commentator. We're grateful to you for being with us on Al Jazeera. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you for having me.
U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has commented on Israel's strikes on Iran. He said, tonight Israel took unilateral action against Iran. We are not involved in strikes against Iran, and our top priority is protecting American forces in the region. Rubio said Israel advised us that they believe this action was necessary for self-defense. He continued, President Trump and the administration have taken all necessary steps to protect our forces and remain in close contact with our regional partners. Rubio warned, let me be clear, Iran should not target U.S. interests or personnel. Heidi Jo Castro is joining us now from Washington, D.C. There was a lot of attention being paid by the Trump administration and others, of course, on the proposed talks in Muscat in Oman on Sunday between the U.S. Steve Witkoff was going to be there representing the U.S. and, of course, a delegation from Iran. That now seems in doubt. Just talk to us about what the way that the Trump administration is reacting to all of this.
Well, Rob, Donald Trump called into Fox News to react to the Israeli strikes and reportedly said that Iran cannot have a nuclear bomb, was quoted as saying that he was hoping to get back to the negotiating table. But as you mentioned, now that Iran has said it is pulling back from those talks on Sunday, that remains to be seen, though the U.S. envoy Steve Witkoff earlier said that he was still intending to go. U.S. CENTCOM, Central Command, is also reportedly on high alert at this moment. And according to Trump's interview with Fox News, the Iron Dome was recently replenished by U.S.-supplied missiles. And of course, it is the U.S. policy to defend Israel from attack. We're waiting to see exactly how that might take place. The U.S., again, was made aware by Israel that this was about to happen, and we saw the U.S. taking steps to remove embassy members from Iraq and also allow the families, members of military personnel to depart that region. And there have been signs that Trump wanted the U.S. to distance itself from these strikes, having reportedly told Netanyahu days prior that the U.S. wanted that the U.S. was not going to directly participate in any strikes targeting these Iranian nuclear facilities, which is, by the way, despite threats that Trump had made on social media saying the U.S. would do exactly that if these nuclear talks don't yield results. But in the ensuing days, it seems that Trump, just prior to the launch of these attacks, was really trying to ratchet down those military threats, trying to urge for a diplomatic solution between Iran and Israel. The UN Secretary General also putting out a statement condemning the military escalation, saying he's concerned about Israel's attacks on these nuclear installations in Iran and also asking both sides to show maximum restraint going forward.
Heidi, that's one thing with regard to the Trump administration. What about the American people themselves? What's, if any, response has there been in the media, but also in the way that the U.S. public is reacting to this?
Rob, honestly, I have not seen any reaction from the U.S. public up to this point. This breaking a little bit late into the day here. We're waiting to see how the U.S. public does respond, but I just my personal observation is that this really has not been a topic of concern when you go out and about on American streets. They're talking about more domestic policies. There's so much as far as Trump's enforcement on immigration and other topics that really this is no longer a steep concern for the U.S. public. What could potentially change that drastically and quickly is if U.S. troops were to become involved in this conflict directly, and we're seeing Trump's intentions and certainly his advisors to avoid that very scenario from happening.
Heidi, thanks very much indeed for breaking that down for us. Heidi Jo Castro there live for us in Washington, D.C. Well, governments and leaders around the world have been reacting to Israel's strikes in Iran. Saudi Arabia says the attacks violate Iran's sovereignty, its safety, as well as international law. United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres says he condemns any military escalation in the Middle East. He says he is particularly concerned that the attacks targeted nuclear sites, while talks between Iran and the U.S. on the status of Iran's nuclear program are ongoing. Qatar has also condemned the attack, calling it a flagrant violation of Iran's sovereignty and security. Well, joining me back on set is Mohammed Saloom. He's an assistant professor in critical security studies at the Doha Institute for Graduate Studies. Very good to have you back with us. I want to just pick up on something that Noor Odi, our correspondent in Amman, was talking about. In the run-up to this, she was saying that in Israeli media and from the Israeli government, there appears to have been quite a significant amount of, as she was describing it, misinformation, false information that was going out with regard to the nature of the attack, the timing of the attack, and so on. We're now hearing claims from Israel that, for example, it had teams on the ground that took out, Mossad teams, that took out anti-aircraft fire, and so on. How realistic do you think claims like that are, given the fact that we are in this fog of misinformation at the moment?
Indeed, they're very real. What is going on now is Israel has been successful in having human sources inside Iran, recruiting people from the Iranian opposition, and they have carried this out before. When we go back to attacks like Stuxnet, we knew that later on, we knew that Israel had people inside Iran. And then last year as well, Israel was able to have people inside Iran. So I wouldn't be surprised that the Israelis had people on the ground. They went as far as having a small drone, if you like, station inside Iran from which they launched these attacks against strategic military locations, and also having people on the ground giving them information about who to assassinate, where they live, and how they do it. It's not all technological. While technology is very helpful, but you always need people on the ground. So I think what Israel has been doing is having these people on the ground. And probably I said this before, but I will say it again, that Israel is sending this message to Iran that we have infiltrated your defenses, we have you by the neck, and you better behave accordingly in your response to our attack. So these, while they would look a bit wild accusations, or if you like, wild statements from the Israeli side, but there are facts on the ground supporting these claims. And I think Israel has been successful in delivering the first, if you like, blow or hit. And now it's Iran's turn to return the favor, if you like. Would they do that as good as the Israelis did? I don't know.
In terms of the intelligence, Gavin, we've seen in the past, of course, that when Israel has been carrying out attacks, it has relied on intelligence gathering that's been provided to it by the US as well as other allies as well, including Western governments. The US, as we were just talking about, is distancing itself from this. What is your assessment of whether or not this has been an entirely Israeli operation, or whether Israel has been using intelligence from other foreign powers and allies?
Israel does not have the resources or the capabilities to launch such an attack without US and Western support. Yes, the political statements coming out of the US is distancing themselves from this attack. They're saying that we did not contribute directly to this attack. But we know from past experiences that Israel on its own does not have the technological capabilities. Even satellites for spying on its own, on Gaza, for example, they have been helped by countries like the United States, the United Kingdom, and this, I think, has been proven over and over. So while the official statement or the official line is that we have nothing to do with that and it's a purely Israeli operation, practically Israel would have got support from countries and primarily from the United States. How would that be proven? I think it's very hard to prove, but it would come out later, maybe in years, that the United States supported Israel. The statements, I think, are very telling, coming out from the United States that we support Israel. We knew about this attack. I think President Trump already said that I knew about it and I consulted with one country in the region about it. So basically they knew that this is coming, and obviously there has been some support. One last thing I would say is that President Trump sent a message to the Iranian through a local, if you like, ally, telling the Iranians that we did not assist Israel in its attack, which means that do not respond by attacking us. And this was reflected in the Supreme Leader's statement early this morning, accusing only Israel and focusing on responding to Israel only, not mentioning the United States at all.
I want to bring in Dorsal Jabari. She's a veteran correspondent for Al Jazeera. You've been working in Iran for many years, and you know how the country works. One of the things that is repeatedly coming up this morning is the nature of the targets that have been hit. One of them is the Natanz enrichment site. Now, we know, of course, that is where predominantly where the bulk of uranium enrichment happens, but there are several other key sites as well. Why do you think Natanz has been singled out by Israel?
Well, one of the reasons is that it is accessible for Israel to attack. It is above ground,
facility. They only recently, after a previous sabotage attack, that they took part of the program underground. But before that, and most of it now is still above ground. So it is